3, 2, 1.
Go with the Branders, so.
Call to order the April 24th meeting of the Cary Town Council. And at this time, I'll recognize Councilman LaCombe Johnson for our ceremonial opening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So for those of you who don't know, April is Child Abuse Prevention Month. And this Wednesday, I attended a pinwheel ceremony joined by social workers, officers here in Cary, child advocates, all who play a really critical role in the mission to prevent child abuse and neglect. And when you see those pinwheels, and you might see them at the downtown park, you might have wondered what those pinwheels represent. Those are to remind us that childhood should be carefree. And these children's advocates, they're united by a common purpose, and that's to protect our children. And child abuse and neglect in all its forms, it really does shatter lives, and it creates scars, and it leaves wounds in the community, but it's not inevitable, and that's why we have Child Abuse Prevention Month. Prevention is possible, and it begins with all of us. This work cannot be just about responding to cases of abuse and neglect, and equal energy must be devoted to creating a world and a community here in Cary where the abuse doesn't happen in the first place. So three important things have to happen in our community to realize this goal of preventing child abuse. And first, we really need to strengthen our families by providing resources and supporting parents and helping these families build resilient and healthy relationships throughout the whole community. Second, we need to educate our community members, raise awareness about the signs of abuse, and also neglect, which is an important component, and empower individuals, like everybody sitting here today and listening, to speak up. And third, we need to collaborate, working together across agencies and sharing information and coordinating our efforts. That provides comprehensive care, and there's a lot of work being done right now to give us a more comprehensive system here in North Carolina, and I really hope to see that come to fruition soon. So I want to ask everyone who's listening to be firm in your dedication to making this goal a priority and support efforts to do right by our children, because they are our children. So I'm doubling down my personal commitment to make a difference, and really we want to protect our children from harm in the first place. So finally, I also want to make sure to thank from the very bottom of my heart to those who work both in responding to child abuse and neglect and those who work to prevent. They're the voices for voiceless. Sorry, this is my life's passion. So I just want to really and truly thank those that do this work. Please join. I really thought I could get through that. So please join us with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Carissa.
I knew I was going to cry.
First order of business is to adopt the agenda. Is there a motion to do so?
So moved. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Takes us to item number 2, recognitions, reports, and presentations. Our first recognition is for the Cary 101 students. Cary 101 offers community members a unique opportunity to learn more about how municipal government functions, what services are provided, and how citizens can become more involved. Throughout the program, participants receive a behind-the-scenes look at the town's structure, culture, and decision-making process. Through discussions and hands-on activities, they gain a deeper appreciation for the breadth and the depth of Cary's planning and operations. Please join me in recognizing this year's Cary 101 participants. We are now at our first item, National Tennis Month proclamation, and I'll invite Western Wake Tennis Association Executive Director Laura Wygant to join me at the podium.
Are you sure it's her?
The tennis team. Love that.
Laura, I bet you don't ever miss hit a ball with that racket, right? In case you don't know, I've been playing tennis for 51 years. And so talk about a passion. This is my passion, and I'm involved in it all the time. And Laura and I have known each other for a long time. I don't know when we met. It was a while ago.
At least 10 years ago.
Yep. So this, I want to thank you for your work in building the game, but it's not only a game, it's a lifestyle. It's a healthy lifestyle, and that's what I think keeps me healthy. And to honor and recognize this month, National Tennis Month, I'd like to present a proclamation designating May 25th as National Tennis Month in Cary, North Carolina. Whereas on May 21st, 1881, the USTA, originally known as the United States National Lawn and Tennis Association, was founded in New York City, New York, to create rules and standards for the emerging game of lawn tennis. And whereas the USTA is a nonprofit national governing body for the tennis in the United States and leads to the promotion and growth of the sport at every level of play, from beginners to professionals at the U.S. Open. And whereas USTA is the largest tennis organization in the world, with over 700,000 members from every corner of the country. And whereas the USTA proudly partners with local tennis programs to showcase the importance of health, social, and educational benefits of tennis and make the sport available to everyone, regardless of age, environment, condition, or ability, through the USTA adaptive grants. And whereas, according to the Tennis Industry Association study, in 2024, 25.7 people played tennis in the United States. And probably half of that was me.
Million.
And whereas, by increasing the accessibility of tennis for citizens out of Cary of all ages and ability, the USTA has contributed to making our community happier and healthier. And whereas the USTA has declared the month of May as the National Tennis Month to encourage players, organizations, facilities, retailers, tennis manufacturers, and more to promote local programs, activities at parks and facilities to showcase tennis and spread the word about the sport and its benefits, and to help players and non-players alike find courts and play opportunities in their community. Now, therefore, I, Harold Weinberg, Jr., Mayor of the town of Cary, North Carolina, on behalf of the entire Cary Town Council, do hereby proclaim May 2025 as National Tennis Month, and I urge all of the Cary citizens to become aware of National Tennis Month and the sport, many wellness and health benefits. Proclaim this 24th day of April 2025.
Thank you so much.
Now, Laura, I know you're over at the Cary Tennis Center, and for those you don't know, that was recognized as the #1 public center in the nation just a few years back.
Just a few years ago, right.
So-
All right. Well, I just want to say a few thank yous. First of all, to the town council and your vision for tennis. And of course, what you've done with Cary Tennis Park, it was a National Facility of the Year. It could be a National Facility of the Year every year, honestly. But what you do at that park with the staff is amazing. We work a lot with the adaptive programs that you all run. We have adaptive programs for intellectually disabled that play year-round at Cary Tennis Park. We also have wheelchair tennis, and we've grown that program, and it is a life changer for those people. We couldn't.
It was a life changer for me trying to play it.
It is hard, yeah, and these people are very inspirational, and I hear all the time the difference that this has made in their life. And then, of course, for the league players, beginners, kids, all the different things, it is the healthiest sport on the planet. It adds 9.7 years to your life if you play just 2 to 3 times per week. I just saw a study that showed a brain with just sedentary and then 20 minutes of tennis, whole lot more activity with the tennis. So there's a lot of things, social, physical, and mental. So we couldn't do it without what you all do with Cary Tennis Park and the tennis around the community. And we love working with you all, and thank you. for everything.
Thank you for
Yep.
all you do. Thank you. The fun continues. I'm not going to sit down yet. So our second presentation is a fun one too. It's the Earth Day presentation. And we have Green Hope High School students, environmental science students and teachers here. And I would like to invite Carl Rush, Barb McGee to meet me at the podium. These two teachers were selected to receive the Earth Day proclamation in appreciation and promotion of their dedication for over 20 years of environmental volunteerism here in Cary. So we have a few whereases for you as well. Designating April 2025 as Cary Earth Month. Whereas 2025 marks the 15th anniversary of Cary's beloved environmental volunteer program, Spruce. Over the past decade and a half, Spruce has mobilized thousands of volunteers, I've been there, to champion the environmental stewardship through litter cleanup, supporting healthy waterways, native plantings to restore ecosystems, tree plantings to grow our urban forests, and hands-on care of our public spaces through garden work days, stream restoration, trail maintenance, and more. Whereas the Cary Town Council, staff, and our entire community extend a heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to the environmental science program at Green Hope High School for the over 20 years of meaningful collaboration under the guidance of dedicated teachers like you. Hundreds of students have partnered with Cary through the Spruce projects, educational outreach, green event support, and environmental restoration efforts, helping to ensure that Cary remains forever green. And whereas Cary approaches all services and operations with a guiding ethic of sustainability, grounded in the innovation and collaboration. We look to the future. We proudly recognize April 2025 as a time to recommit ourselves to protecting the planet for generations to come. Now, therefore, I, Harold Weinberg, Jr., Mayor of the town of Cary, North Carolina, on behalf of the entire Cary Town Council, do hereby proclaim April 2025 as Cary Earth Month 2025, and I encourage everyone to join Earth Day celebrations at Bond Park this Saturday. Proclaim that this 24th day of April 2025.
Stewardship is a really important component of our environmental program at Green Hope, and we couldn't do it without the partnerships of Sarah Justice and Tracy Philomena at Spruce. I also want to say thank you to Morgan Burns and Mark Johns at Hemlock Bluffs Nature Preserve, who provide us with so many opportunities to get our students out in the environment and promoting sustainability. But most importantly, we have our student leaders here today, and we want to thank them for all of the time that they spend.
Thank you so much. And for the student leaders, this is a lifetime thing, not a one-day thing. So thank you for what you do and keep on doing what you're doing. Thank you. All right, got one more. And this one's a fun one. It's a recognition of culinary students, but they came from Le Touquet, France, which is our sister city. And on behalf of the town of Cary, I'm delighted to welcome our culinary guests from Le Touquet. This exchange has been going on for a long time. I think I hosted a student in year 2000, and they still stay in touch. And it's a special tradition, not one that highlights not only the art of cooking, but also the value of cultural connection and friendship. For over 30 years, our communities have teamed from one another through shared experiences like this. And I'd also like to recognize Councilmember Jack Smith, who is in his 36 years as a council member, his final year. He's championed this from day one. Thank you, Jack. And to be honest with you, I'll tell you, way back in the day, decades ago, Sister Cities was a committee you were put on as a new council member because nobody wanted to do it. And Jack turned that around into something special and something meaningful. So this time, I'd like to invite Eric Benoit and Yannick Varese, chaperones of the group, to say a few words. If you please come forward and bring whoever students you want to come forward as well. We want to hear them speak their English. Good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Please.
So I'm sorry. So you'll probably recognize from my accent, I don't really have a French accent. That is because I am from the United Kingdom, but I've been living in France for the past 13 years. And so I believe I represent all my French student colleagues very well. And so I would like to start by thanking all of the council members and everyone here for welcoming us to your lovely city, which is Cary, North Carolina. And so this program, we as students of France, it's an amazing opportunity for all of us because it makes us discover a new culture, a lovely place, and a lovely working culture here in North Carolina with amazingly friendly people and just a very different way of working, which will make our professional lives a lot easier. And so I think this program has a lot of advantages. Like, for example, I hear you all prone multiculturalism. And so I believe this exchange is very important to that perspective because we all come here, we discover your city, and it makes us all really like the United States of America, which we've only mostly heard of on the television. And so, yeah, for my fellow students, though, it's very interesting to learn an American English because in France we're taught more of a British English like I speak, as you can tell. And so, yeah, it's very interesting for everyone. So we've got different students here. So me and my friend Leo, we work at the Mayton. No, not at the Mayton, sorry, at the Maximilians. So people are at the Menton, at the Mayton, at the Fenton, all kind of lovely businesses. And I think we're all regrouped around Cary, which is a lovely city. And so I'll try and make this as short as possible because I'm sure you have a lot of things to talk about. And so I just want to say that this is a very important program, and I wish it can continue for the next students of my school, because Cary is a lovely place and a very welcoming place that I think we all love, even though we've been here for about 4 or 5 days. And it's been an amazing place. So I would like to thank you all again for listening to me, and it's been an amazing experience so far.
Is that the only speaker?
My English is very bad, so thank you for your welcome. Thank you very much.
And I would ask all our students that are here to please stand. Please enjoy your visit. Don't work too hard. Have a lot of fun.
And to our town manager, I wanted to remind you that one of the speakers had the banner on. That means he was an elected official. So he is on the Lethe Town Council. Not that I think that would be a bad idea for us to have something.
Now that you're going to be leaving soon, you'd like us to wear that?
I want a sash.
Yeah, I do want a sash, actually. I think that's a great idea.
I second it.
Yeah.
While they're falling out, I have to tell you that they have a longtime mayor, and this is my 18th year as mayor, and I've visited there, and they visited here, and we have a great friendship, and it's just so great to build these international friendships, and and we still stay in touch with a lot of the students, and it's so valuable. And if you ever get the opportunity to host one of these students, you ought to take advantage of it because it'll change your life. It's a lot of fun. All right, we now move to item number 3, Public Speaks Out. We've included instructions for speaking at this forum online and on the printed agenda. There were 3 opportunities to participate in Public Speaks Out: through written comments, or by calling in, or by attending here in person tonight. And usually I say, if you're attending here in person, please sit to my right, but good luck with that. We have a full audience tonight. I want to let our Public Speaks Out speakers know that they have 3 minutes each for their comments, and it's a 1-hour time limit. So to be fair to all of our speakers, we're going to stick to that 3-minute time limit. And I'm not going to be rude, but I'm going to be fair to all our speakers when I interrupt you at your 3-minute time mark. And I will tell you now that if you have additional comments, you can leave them with the clerk, and she'll make sure that we get them. There is a timer on the podium. It'll start off with a green light. When you have 30 seconds remaining, it will turn yellow. And when your time is expired, it will flash red. Again, that's the point I'm going to interrupt you. Not trying to be rude, but trying to be fair to all of our speakers. I would ask that all speakers be respectful in their comments and direct the comments not to an individual, but to the entire council. I thank everyone in the audience for understanding that this is a business meeting. Unlike some other public gatherings, please do not applaud, make remarks from your seats, use props, or anything else that may distract from the meeting. So now is the time for Public Speaks Out. And first, I'll call on the clerk to read any written comments and then call on the registered speakers.
We had 6 written comments and 15 registered speakers. Our first written comment was Kent Dinsdorf. He said access to downtown via Old Apex Road is incomplete and feels unsafe, particularly near the railroad tracks. Adding a well-lit sidewalk would make it feel much safer and easier for residents, whether walking, biking, or using strollers, to travel between nearby neighborhoods and downtown. Randy Manchick is also speaking, but submitted written comments. Melanie Manchick raised concerns about traffic assumptions, parking, emergency access, project scale, and site selection, questioning whether Waverly Place is being targeted for such a large development when there are other underperforming sites that exist in Cary. Our next one is John Waynard expresses concern about the displacement of below small businesses due to the redevelopment near South Hills and proposes a food hall, potentially in the place of the current library, as a way to support local vendors, ease downtown dining congestion, and create a vibrant community gathering space. And our last written comment is from Nadi. The resident lives at 4167 Lofty Ridge Place and opposes 22 RZ 20 Austin Commons PDP rezoning proposal. Their comments talked about the result of loss of natural and forested area behind their home, harming the environment, reducing the privacy, and potentially creating security concerns. And then our first registered speaker is Vic Gilbert, followed by Elizabeth Slight.
In the hot seat, huh? Mayor, to council people, thank you so much for letting me speak with you. My name is Vic Gilbert. I live in Ambiance Place, which is a 14-house subdivision that butts up to the east side of Waverly Shopping Center. We moved there in 1987. Waverly wasn't there. The hospital wasn't there. Tryon was a 2-lane road. Very peaceful, very nice. Well, now Tryon is a 4-lane road. And the traffic at Waverly is awful now, especially when we try to come out of Waverly, we have to take a right and do a U-turn if we want to go back to Waverly. And when we take our right, our site distance, looking to the left, there are ball cypress trees that were planted when the road was 4-lane. Well, the ball cypress trees have cut down on our sight distance. So when we look and we don't see anything coming, we have to floor the car to get out and turn to the right. And at 4:35 in the afternoon, at noon, and in the morning, there's somebody on our rear right before we get out there. They're at 45 miles an hour, they're doing 50 and 55. They're flying. I'd invite any of you to come, and I'll take you out and show you how nice it is to get out on Tryon Road. But with the new Waverly proposal that's coming up, 750 apartments, that's going to be a minimum of 1,000 more cars out there coming in and out during the day. I can't imagine what Tryon Road's going to look like and how dangerous it's going to be. So, and all our residents in our subdivision, they're not in favor of it, of course, but I think it affects us more than it does a lot of other people. And of course, the U-turns, where we have to go to the right and make a U-turn at Summerwind, come back around and come back into Waverly if we want to, it's very congested that way too. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Libby Slight, followed by Margaret Peggy Warner.
My name is Libby Slight. I live in Lockmere. Hello, Jack. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak tonight on the Waverly Shopping Center rezoning request. The developer wants to put 750 apartments on a 7-acre tract. This project represents a 400-unit increase over anything that currently exists in Cary, and it's only on 7 acres. For context, Amberwood at Lockmere, which has 340 units, is spread across 31 acres. The scale and density of this proposed project is completely unprecedented. This proposal, if approved, would create a serious public safety risk to Cary citizens. I'd like to talk about those. Kildare Farm and Tryon Road are state-maintained roads, and they cannot be expanded further, even for bike paths. The Kildare Farm-Tryon intersection today is already dangerous for pedestrians. Emergency vehicles, EMS, ambulances, fire trucks, now have difficulty navigating through that intersection. If we add 1,500 plus additional vehicles, that's going to lengthen service response times for current and new Cary residents. The traffic studies that were done are flawed. North Carolina DOT states a standard 3-hour window to be used to assess standard traffic flow for an area. The Waverly traffic studies used only a 2-hour window. They also did not include any increase in traffic volume from the approved and pending developments in the area, like Lavano, 280 units, Piney Plains, 386 units, Macedonia Place, 226, Regency, 245, and potentially others. All of these will flow into these same roads, which again cannot be expanded further. There's no long-range traffic forecasting beyond 2028. Most of the real congestion and the long-term strain on the infrastructure will occur in the years after 2028. That really is a significant omission given the scale of this project. We have an expert, former neighbor, Dr. Bazad Agdashi, who's a transportation systems expert. He recently reviewed the Waverly Place traffic analysis report, and he identified multiple serious concerns with its assumptions and conclusions. His feedback and data have been copied and will be shared with you. In summary, he raises 3 key issues. Number 1, the study stops at build-out in 2028 and ignores future conditions. Number 2, the assumed growth rate is misleading. It's only 1% in the study, and it should reflect Tryon Road at 4.4% and Kildare Farm at 2.7% once the pandemic-related dip in 2021 is excluded. This casts serious doubt, again, on the reliability of the study that was projected. Number 3, additional Waverly traffic is ignored. As retail occupancy increases and visitor traffic grows, there will be significant added load on surrounding roads, which we know cannot be expanded. In closing, we know that you've selected Waverly as a destination center as part of the Imagine Cary plan, but we're asking you to reassess, and please do not approve it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Margaret Peggy Warner, and then followed by that is Charles Strike.
Good evening. My name is Peggy Warner, and I'd like to discuss the Waverly rezoning proposal. My neighbors have relentlessly written and talked to you about traffic problems, but I'm going to focus on a different issue. The Waverly proposal does not balance density with preserving Cary's lovely neighborhoods. Instead, it provides for increased density by diminishing the quality of life of current residents. The developer says that 2 7-story apartment buildings 800 feet from my street are not a problem because there's a small tree buffer in between. But the Waverly proposal promises apartments with balconies, and as noted in the P&Z meeting, they'll also have an activated rooftop that could have a bar and host resident parties. Our neighborhood is 3 miles from Coca Booth. We can hear the music on concert nights, so I know we'll be able to hear the parties in Waverly, which is literally in our backyard. Town officials note that Cary has a strict noise ordinance, so we only need to call the police and noise complaints will be addressed. But that's not our experience. For a decade, my neighbors have been fighting gong-like noises made by garbage trucks tossing around Waverly dumpsters well before the 7:30 a.m. allowable pickup time. It wakes the entire street. Our complaints to the town might stop the noise temporarily, but a few weeks later, it starts again. I've viewed the comments on the apartments developed and managed by Hines at Fenton. There are numerous noise complaints, accompanied by complaints that the management does nothing to stop the noise. These apartment reviews and our ongoing dumpster war are quite troubling. They suggest that neither Hines nor the town can control noisy tenants, and the Waverly proposal has no noise deadening provisions at all. Noise control is one of the many issues that the residents tried to discuss with the developer after the public hearing. We contacted the developer several times, but except for an initial cursory meeting where they said they could not yet share proposal updates, the developer chose not to meet with nearby residents. Instead, they updated their rezoning proposal and submitted it to the P&Z board without resident input. Several bios of the council members on the town website stress the need to ensure that growth is not at the expense of current residents. I hope that sentiment is top of mind when the Waverly rezoning proposal is voted on next month. Thank you for your time and your work on the town council.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Charles Cirk, followed by Asif Khan.
Good evening. My name is Chuck Cirk, and I live in Lockmere. And first of all, I want to thank you for being here and doing what you do. I know it's not a very easy job, and I appreciate your time. I also like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. And you can surmise by now I'm in opposition to the Waverly redevelopment. But more than that, I'm asking you, as our representative, to listen to us as residents, because I know it has to be difficult at times, and perhaps you may not personally agree with the residents' sentiment or feelings, but I'm asking you if you could get beyond that to serve the constituents that you speak for. And that's very important to me. I've been a resident of Cary for 30 years. I love it. Do I want it to change? No. Do I know it's going to change? Absolutely. But as was stated previously, we're speaking about responsible growth while not compromising the quality of life. And we don't have our heads in the clouds. You know, the mayor in his address earlier this week spoke about people being, his words were, significant interest in this development. I would say that's an understatement. There were over 1,500 people who responded and were opposed to this. People questioned the validity of the number. I can't tell you I know the validity. I know it's a lot for a small community, and I would ask you to consider that. The mayor also addressed in his address about people being dissatisfied with communication efforts with the town. And some of the points they made, opportunities for participation in decision-making key issues. Some of the points, growth, traffic, affordable housing, cost of living, and taxes. I think it's significant. I'm not going to say I know as much as you know what's going on, and I know far less. But I'm asking you, please consider the residents you represent in coming to your decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Asif Khan.
Good evening. My name is Asif Khan, and I'm a resident of Wynwood South. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this evening and share some thoughts regarding rezoning case 19 REZ 25 from 2019. It's scheduled to go before the Planning and Zoning Board next week. First, I want to acknowledge that thoughtful development is essential to Cary's continued growth and success. I fully support efforts that align with the community's long-term goals. However, I have concerns that this particular proposal does not align with the vision set forth in the Cary Community Plan. The proposed rezoning to MXD, or mixed-use development, is meant to encourage a vibrant mix of residential, commercial, and office uses. Yet this application focuses exclusively on residential, up to 360 multifamily units, with no firm commitment to any commercial or office components. This narrow approach appears to deviate from the intent of the MXD district, which is to create an integrated mixed-use environment. Since the adoption of the Cary Community Plan in 2017, similar residential-only MXD proposals have been withdrawn or denied. Granting approval in this case could create a new and unintended precedent, inviting more residential-only projects under MXD zoning in the future, contrary to past decisions. The location of the project on the edge of a designated destination zone further complicates the issue. Destination zones are meant to be dynamic, walkable areas that blend a variety of uses. This proposal, however, emphasizes surface parking and even removes a planned greenway easement. These elements diminish both the walkability and mixed-use character that the destination centers are meant to embody. I see a lot of Habitat for Humanity people here as well, and I just want to say that as part of this proposal, it's very exciting that the proposal includes Habitat for Humanity homes. We're concerned that the proposal doesn't address how the nearby NC-DOT Crossroads Junction project may impact adjacent neighborhoods, including the Habitat for Humanity homes. And I just want to make it clear that everyone in our neighborhood is for the Habitat for Humanity homes, and we're very happy that component could be potentially added to our neighborhood. With no clear plans or development will coexist with the surrounding infrastructure in existing communities. Finally, I'd like to note that the unusual long timeline of this case. From my research, this rezoning case has been in consideration for more than 6 years, far beyond Cary's typical, from what I noticed, 10 to 12-month process. Since the original submission in 2019, the number of buildings has increased, and the proposal structures are now up to 65 feet tall. The level of height and density right next to an established neighborhood feels out of scale, particularly given that the development doesn't reflect the full vision.
Sorry, I have to interrupt you at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hans Cary, followed by Wesley Spear Newsom. Are you Han? Yeah. Oh, no, Regency, I'm sorry. You'll come up during the public hearing, get 5 minutes. Sure. Okay, so our next speaker is Wesley Spear Newsom.
Good evening, council members. I'm Reverend Wesley Spears Nuome, Associate Pastor at Greenwood Forest Baptist Church, and it's a pleasure to speak to you at this regulatory juncture in our project, which is your first discussion item tonight. The Greenwood Forest Baptist Church rezoning is for what we are now calling the Carr Center, named for Timothy Ash Carr, a member of our Cary community, our congregation, the YMCA of the Triangle, active with the Caring Place, and so many other vital institutions in our town. Tim died unexpectedly last year, and this work remains as a testament to his life, his memory, and what he cared about deeply. The Carr Center will be a mixed-use development aimed at addressing multiple community issues. First and foremost, it is our contribution as a congregation to the affordable housing crisis facing our entire country. With 51 units of DHIC's housing and 11 more units as a part of the Caring Places program, it will make a profound difference in the lives of so many working families in the years to come. The Carr Center also hopes to address the child care affordability problems in our community. And the Greenwood Forest Children's Center that will be a part of it has been founded as one of the first racially integrated kindergartens in Cary many, many decades ago. It has since been dedicated to providing quality and affordable early childhood education. The Carr Center will also play host to the offices for the Caring Place, allowing them to extend their mission and serve more working families with children. We hope that the Carr Center will be the first of many faith-based solutions to affordable housing across Cary and Wake County. All of the Carr Center's programs will be secular, as the partner programs involved now already are, but they fulfill a religious obligation for us at Greenwood Forest Baptist Church. Our scriptures tell us that to help those in need is to help Jesus Christ himself. A good portion of the scriptures we share with our Jewish siblings is about what it takes to order a just society. There's obviously no religious test for any of the programs involved in the Carr Center, but putting this project together has been a religious test for us, one that we have spent the better part of the past 5 years trying to pass. As I conclude, I want to show you who the supporters of the project are here tonight. If you could not disrupt, but raise your hand and show that you're here in support from One Wake or Habitat. These are all the people from our community who have gathered in support of this project. So we hope that you will join us in moving this forward and it bringing good to our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Richard Wilkerson, followed by Kim Bragg.
My name is Rick Wilkerson. I am a pastor emeritus. There are others at First United Methodist Church in Cary. I'm here tonight to remind us of the moral imperative of our community and of our faith to provide quality, affordable housing. First, the moral imperative from our faith, which he also alluded to. Speaking tonight as a Christian pastor, let me share with you a passage from Matthew. The king will say to those at his right hand, "Come, you that are blessed by my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me food. I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger, and you welcomed me. I was naked, and you gave me clothing. I was sick, and you took care of me. I was in prison, and you visited me." Caring for the poor and vulnerable is a foundational aspect of Jesus' teachings and the teachings of other traditions as well. And it's a significant way to demonstrate in action God's unconditional love. He emphasized practical actions like giving to the poor, showing compassion to the hungry, and seeing these acts as for him directly. Those of us who seek to follow Jesus or another moral teacher have a moral imperative to do likewise. We also have a moral imperative as citizens to provide quality, affordable housing for everyone. Shelter is essential for life. Housing is foundational. Yet, it is becoming less and less affordable in this market. This is leading to growing numbers of people who have to make the tough choices of paying for shelter or paying for food, health care, child care, education, or transportation. I came to Cary in 1987 to start a new church, which became Genesis United Methodist Church. Later that year, the Cary Area Ministerial Association appointed me to help raise the first Habitat home in Cary. It was easy. I just gave Mayor Kokobuth some materials, met with him once, and got a firm yes. How often do you get negotiations like that? He told me the town owned land and we could start with one parcel for $1 a year. Genesis United Methodist Church made a commitment to support Habitat with funding and volunteer help as its first act of community service in Cary. Now there's over 50 Habitat homes in Cary, most recently 7 on Trimble Avenue.
I'm so sorry. I have never in my life interrupted a pastor. But I'm going to have to stop you. I'm so sorry.
Well, I've needed it before, so no problem.
Our next speaker is Kim Bragg, followed by Bill Laughlin.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Kim Bragg, and I reside and I'm a homeowner between the intersection of Maynard Road and Old Apex Road. So we are neighbors. My family and I live just about 2 miles from the Greenwood Forest Baptist Church. We worship at Pleasant Grove Church on Davis Drive in Cary under the leadership of Reverend Dr. John D. Perry II. I serve as a church outreach at the church. I also serve as the vice president for the Cary AARP local chapter 3976. Pleasant Grove has partnered over a decade with the Habitat of Humanity, with the Caring Place, and we have participated in many volunteer builds, as well as serving meals in the community during the summer food program. We also partners with One Wake. I serve because I believe in the Cary community. This evening, I'm going to share what the lack of affordable housing looks like for many families like mine, who pay taxes, worship, live, volunteer, work, and attend school in Cary. My son is 38. He has cerebral palsy. With limited income, he still lives at home because there's no affordable place for him. My other son is 35. He had to work 2 jobs to afford the rent of an apartment he barely saw because he was always at work. So he moved back home. My daughter's 28 and has a 2.5-year-old daughter. She's moving into her own apartment next month. Before she can do so, she had to take on a part-time job, although she drives the school bus in the Cary community, and all the children know her. My 17-year-old attends Cary High School. She works in Cary, serves community, and soon will be attending college. So I ask, where will she live in the future if we don't start to generate more affordable housing? Is a child, your child, grandchildren raised in our beloved Cary forced to move out into another area that's affordable? This is my reality, and this is why I'm supporting the rezoning of the Greenwood Forest Baptist Church affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next registered speaker is Bill Laughlin. Our next registered speaker is Randy Manchick.
Testing. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Randy Manchick. I live in Lockmere, and I listened intently to the March 25th, I believe, presentation by the Waverly, on behalf of the Waverly redevelopment. And I was struck by what a great presentation it was, and I was struck by the omissions in that presentation. And I've got 4 points that I want to raise. Number one, I saw a statement online saying that the proposed development will have no impact on Lockmere cut-through street traffic, mainly meaning Summerwinds Drive and Lockmere Drive. I'm curious, and you don't answer this, I know. How was that decision reached? Because of course there will be increased cut-through traffic. Have people considered, has the town considered adding speed bumps on those streets to discourage cut-through traffic? Second point, I read that one of 2 access points to Waverly will be lengthening a left-hand turn off Kildare Farm Road into Waverly Place Road. That lane already creates an extremely dangerous major blind spot for cars turning left into Crescent Commons. Has any thought been given to that? Number 3, how many new parking spaces will be added to the 750 family high-rise buildings? I never could get an estimate on that. And I couldn't find out whether we were going to have primarily 2-bedroom units or 3-bedroom. I know there were going to be 10%, that were 750 square feet. I'm curious, how many vehicles, new vehicles, is that going to add? And what about guests of those people that live in those residences? And what about commercial vehicles, service vehicles that have to show up? Parking already at major times is intense. And lastly, I hear that the North Carolina legislature is seriously looking into allowing happy hour in North Carolina. And this has been offered before, and whether it passes, who knows? I think it's a matter of when. But if it does, this is just for thought. Happy hours tend to be 3 to 5, 4 to 6, 5 to 7. I do not know how many places in Waverly Place would be serving alcoholic beverages during that time, and how much increased traffic that would bring. And those are my comments for today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next registered speaker is Ryan High, followed by Sally Spencer.
Could you move to your left? Thank you.
My name's Ryan Haig, and I'm here to speak on 5.1, the 24 REZ06 Regency multifamily.
We're going to have a public hearing for that. Can I invite you back for that? You'll get more time.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Sally Spencer, followed by Chris Spencer.
Good evening, Town Council members. I would like to add my opposition to the others here about the proposed building at Waverly Place, and I have many concerns over safety, density, and traffic, as well as other issues, but they all intertwine at some point. As you know, in 2021, I believe, Wake Med Cary Hospital added 2 floors to the main building, as well as the buildings around the hospital campus. This construction was completed after Waverly Crescent Commons area was labeled a destination location. The Wake Med Cary Hospital is an emergency department and a trauma center. These services need to be accessible 24/7 in the event of a horrific traffic tragedy I hope and pray never happens. With the fact that Kildare Farm and Tryon Roads are state-owned and built out to the max, I fear that should a horrific fire, accident, or other disaster occur when Tryon Road is backed up to Cary Parkway, and it does happen, or further, an ambulance could not make it through its way to the hospital with a seriously ill patient. Minutes can make a difference between life and death. Where would this traffic go to allow the emergency vehicles to pass? There are curbs on this road. There is nowhere for the traffic to go. Or could it be the vehicles that are cutting through on Wake Medical Drive because the intersection is completely clogged? If this was your loved one in this ambulance, would you want your yes vote on this project to be the reason they couldn't receive treatment? I hope not. Every life is precious. In my opinion, this congested area should never have been labeled a destination center and should be removed, especially after the expansion of the hospital and with the Cary Fire Station close by. There is no infrastructure for this project, and it's a bad idea. Never mind whatever plans are in store across the street for Crescent Commons. The Cary plan is a living document. It has been amended before and should be amended to correct this error before it's too late. Where is the transition from the single-family homes 10 to 20 feet plus below the planned 7-story buildings? Can you show me another 7-story residential building nearby this project? I don't believe you can because I don't think there is one. The beautiful homes on Ambiance Lane will never see another sunset like they can now after this huge, almost solid wall of concrete and metal is built about 15 feet close to New Waverly Place. How is this looking after the existing homeowners? The tree buffer, some of which is in our neighboring lots, is inadequate. Please reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next registered speaker is Chris Spencer, followed by Mary Gentry.
Good evening. As I was getting ready to come speak to you all today, I thought, gee, I'm sure nobody's going to talk to you all about traffic and cars and all the other things that this is going to bring. But I thought rather I'd start with a solution, because that's something I haven't heard from anybody. And there's a town nearby, Morrisville, that is putting together a technology solution for their growth. It's called Smart Cities. It's led by Steve Rao, who's a town councilman, and it's a national program. I mean, he's gotten recognition from Cisco, from a number of technology companies who have not only provided solutions, but technology to help implement them. And I think that's something that would probably work out a whole lot better, rather than a spot solution, and integrate. We're in a technology area. We have a lot of technology folks to draw from. And part of that technology is looking at the demographics of the area. And when you put in apartments, you're looking at a younger demographic. Yet within a 2-mile radius of this, you've got 5 retirement homes. Young people aren't coming here. That's not what they're looking for. This thing is going to be a dinosaur that's going to just lie dormant after too long. One of the things that somebody brought up was from Ambiance, how they can only make a right turn coming out of their development. There are actually 4 other communities within a 1-mile radius on Tryon Road that all face the same problem, that they can only go right, and then they've got to go around to make a U-turn. And for what we pay in this is horrible. But we can't do anything about it because it's a state-owned road. And you'll see this particularly when you look at all the traffic that backs up in the morning. If there's an accident on Route 1, it goes all the way past Kildare Farm. So these are the type of things and the quality of life that people are trying to preserve. I would say that everyone I've talked to thinks this is a horrible idea. And I'm wondering who you're listening to that tells you otherwise. One of the things I did before I came today, I know that the law firm Parker Poe has been involved in this. And one of the things that if you're dealing with government entities, you're supposed to be registered with the Secretary of State's office, and they're not. so they don't have to report any of their meetings with you. So I'm very concerned what that means and the questions that people will have in this area.
I'm sorry, I've
Thank
got to
you.
stop you now.
Our next and last registered speaker is Mary Gentry.
Good evening. Mary Gentry, resident of Cary. Mayor, council members, and all assembled officials, thank you for your community support. Respectfully, I ask consideration to enable Greenwood Forest Baptist Church's rezoning case, Piney Plains, to repurpose some of their campus for affordable housing. A metaphor or reality? Why not allow others an opportunity to become a part of our township as productive citizens, entrepreneurs, and community supporters in varying versions of common goods, providing circulated revenue and financial explorations for the future of Cary and North Carolina? Why not embrace the dichotomy of talents and treasures as a community of equality and equity, as opposed to renters and owners on separate teams? Why not continue to traverse generational paths and trails left for future economic empowerment within Cary? One day, a 3-time heart attack survivor renting an income-based apartment was given a why not opportunity. I stand before you this date grateful because someone gave me a why not possibility to reside in Cary too. This bestowed privilege, economically assisted after medically retiring and exhausted financial accounts, to add, where else would one want to reside? Biased, some may perceive. Point well taken and wholly agreed. In anticipation of Cary's thriving future and strategically striving leadership, why not congregational land being par excellence among emerging communities where promising legacies and inclusivity are synonymous with early childhood education, commencing on this date from why to why not, counting blessings of prosperity built on grace. Why not give Greenwood Forest an opportunity to say, why me? And in response, why not? Most humbly, Cary resident, ministry partner, the Fountain of Raleigh Fellowship, and fellow North Carolina Institute of Public Leadership, I thank you.
Next. Thank you.
No additional registered speakers.
So ladies and gentlemen, we have 19 minutes left in Public Speaks Out. This is your opportunity, even if you didn't sign up, to speak on any topic that is not a public hearing. We do have public hearings coming up. So if you would like to speak on any matter that's not a public hearing, now's your opportunity.
I have 19 minutes.
Nope, you have 3.
Sorry, Mayor. Okay. I'm Reverend Lauren Hayes Eford, Senior Pastor at Greenwood
Please
Forest
don't make me interrupt you.
Baptist Church. I'm trying really hard. Okay. When I joined the pastoral staff at Greenwood Forest Baptist Church in 2011, I would have never dreamed that tonight could happen. I would have never believed that our church property would be on the town council agenda to rezone it for affordable housing. The seasoned ministers who had been serving in Cary for decades told us we were young back then, inexperienced ministers that they had tried to get the town to address, quote, the problem of homelessness, and that it was just not possible in this town. We had best put our energy elsewhere. Spoiler alert, we didn't listen. We've lost some saints through this process, including Howard Manning, who advocated for affordable housing. He was the former leader of Dorcas Ministries, and he advocated for affordable housing until his death. And he inspired many of us who looked up to him to do the same. We've lost Tim Carr, who was one of our members at the church, and he was also instrumental in the YMCA of the Triangle's role in developing the Southeast Raleigh Beacon Project that also includes affordable housing and addresses educational needs. He was central to this project, and he is the reason why all the nonprofits involved today have built such a strong partnership. Despite all false starts and obstacles, we are here today, and we are here because we have found a way to work together and use each of our unique gifts and bring about a place that will allow all who serve and love Cary to afford to both live here and thrive here. We are here because of our amazing partnership with Leslie Covington and the Caring Place, Natalie Britt and DHIC, David Heggie and Bruce Ham with the YMCA. We're here because of the meticulous work of our technical folks, Tom Johnson and Dan Pabst, and we are here because of the dedication and the diligence of my associate pastor, Wesley Spears Newsom, and the relationships that he has built with One Wake, Habitat for Humanity, and other faith communities in our town. And we're also here because the Town of Cary staff has not just helped us navigate the arduous process of rezoning a property here in Cary, but we have also become a partner. They've also become a partner and buying the land beside us for future similar development. So it turns out that the Town of Cary is a place where we can make a way to care for all of our citizens whom I would call God's beloved. So council members, mayor, your support of this project shows that Cary is indeed a place where all can live and thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak if public speaks out?
Hello, my name is Mark Calloway. I moved to Cary in 1979 and married my ex-wife, and we lived down on Waldo Street at the end in a duplex. And if you went downtown Cary, you either got a watch, you got an appliance, or you got a hot dog, or you could get your car fixed. And but anyway, I've lived here a long time. I love Cary. It's a great place to live. I was good friends with the Bond family. I knew Fred and Fellis and Mark and Tim and Lisa, and I was able to play golf with Fred the last day of his membership at McGregor for his company membership. And but he loved this place, and I learned a lot about Cary through Fred, and I think everybody here is trying to do the same thing. I became aware of this over at Waverly Place. I apologize. That's the reason they're the main focus. Several weeks back, and I'm like, you know, I've been in sales my whole career. I've traveled 2 million miles, no accidents, knock on wood, whatever. But I've been through all sorts of cities and towns in Alabama, in Kentucky, it doesn't matter. And you're never going to solve the traffic problem. You can't make the lanes wide enough. The only way you can do it is like Florida did it, where you have flyovers. Now they're looking at Capitol Boulevard, what, $1 billion maybe with toll road. I'm not trying to meander around. It makes sense what I'm saying. You look at Kildare Farm Road, that's a feeder road from Holly Springs. You got Holly Springs Road coming in, you got Penny Road out there. And if y'all ever go out there in the morning coming in from Fuquay, they're full of cars. And because everybody's looking for a shortcut. You can't blame them, okay? And then in the evenings, you know, I go out Glasgow Road. Glasgow Road has become it's been a shortcut, but it's even more so now. Traffic backs up past Glasgow, up halfway down to Wilmington, almost to where their little main entrance is, a lot of times. I've talked to some people. I went to East Carolina. We've got a good planning department down there. And I was talking to a good friend of mine. We were playing golf down at Lockmere back in around 92 or 93. And when they built Waverly in 88, I don't know if they were ever at near 100% occupancy. They, to me, it was a failure from the get-go. You had Seldom Blues had a nice, that was successful. You had some sports bars. The Sorotas, those two sisters, their clothing store, they were probably the longest tenant there. The cinema was there. Everything else just kind of came and went. And we were coming back from Lockmere one Sunday playing golf, and I was asking my buddies, I said, what is the deal with this place? It's been here 5 years and there's nobody in there.
I'm sorry.
I got you.
I gotta interrupt you. Yeah.
Can you make an exception just once?
If we didn't have a time limit, I could, but it's not fair to all the others. I interrupted a pastor. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I will be very brief. My name is Phil Telfer. I live at 303 Oregon Circle in Cary. That's in Farmington Woods. We are less than 1 mile from the Greenwood Forward Baptist Church. And I want to tell you that as a member of Christ the King Lutheran Church here in Cary, and as a member of One Wake, that I and many of my neighbors are here to ask you to please allow that development to go forward because of the work that they do and the work that the Carrying Place does in Cary. We have lived here for over 30 years. We have volunteered, both me and my wife, at the Carrying Place. We have watched people go from homelessness to homes in many, many instances. And we applaud the work that they do, and we applaud the work that both Greenwood Forest and you all are doing to address the affordable housing crisis here in Cary. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I am Patricia Birch, CEO for Habitat for Humanity of Wake County. I am speaking to support Greenwood Forest Baptist Church's rezoning case. Wake County has an affordable housing crisis. 1 out of 4 Wake County residents lack affordable housing. We have a shortage of 28,000 units for families earning less than $50,000 a year. We need innovation to solve this housing crisis. Greenwood Forest's plan to repurpose their surplus property for affordable housing is very innovative and is already inspiring other congregations to follow. Your support tonight will mean that the town of Cary is pioneering a new way to bring affordable housing to the community. Habitat Wake partners with Cary area congregations to regularly build and advocate for affordable housing. We have over 40 people here from 16 of these congregations joining us tonight, representing more than 25,000 Cary residents. Also with us tonight are supporters of affordable housing from One Wake. So together we have over 100 people here saying yes to affordable housing, and specifically yes to affordable housing in God's backyard. We urge you to approve this rezoning case to allow this historic project to come about with hopefully many congregations to follow. Thank you for your time tonight, and I hope you will support.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak at Public Speaks Out? To your left. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. My name's Charles Langford. I live in Regency. I actually came about Regency multifamily.
Regency?
No, let me finish.
Okay, sorry.
But what I'm seeing here is that I moved to Cary, moved my family here, I don't know, in the 90s. It was one of the greatest places in the world to live. It was ranked in the country as one of the greatest places in the world to live. We moved here specifically because it was great for families, great for schools, great place to live, beautiful city. And what I'm hearing is, I came about the multifamily Regency, but truth is what I'm hearing is there's a lot of neighborhoods in the same situation we are. We don't want our place to look like Jersey City. We didn't come here to have a place like East LA. If we keep letting all these apartments in and building 7 stories, 8 stories, next time it'll be 10 stories, 12 stories later that they own. We're gonna have buildings everywhere. I mean, there's only 4 stories in downtown Cary, so why are we having so many much higher buildings in other places? I'm urging you guys, you're our protectors. We didn't just elect you, but you are here to protect us and to check the crazy business interests from outside of our communities, from destroying the Cary way of life. So I urge you guys to use caution in letting these high-density housing projects move in. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak at this public hearing? Last call. Seeing no one, will close the public hearing and move to the consent agenda. Please keep in mind that one vote approves all consent agenda items. On the consent agenda, we have 24 REZ 12, which is 402 Charles Street, rezoning and consistency statement. Exchange of town property for Austin Yards mixed-use development. Would council members like either of these pulled for discussion? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And that takes us to public hearings. Same rules apply for public hearings that apply for public speaks out, with one exception. Speakers now have 5 minutes each for their comments. Our first public hearing is REZ 24 REZ 06, Regency Multifamily. Principal Planner Aaron Puckett will introduce the item. Council will not take action on this rezoning tonight, but it will be referred to our Planning and Zoning Advisory Board for their recommendation, and the item will return to council in a few months for a decision. Ms. Puckett.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council. This is a request to rezone approximately 10.03 acres at 12010 Regency Parkway. The site is located southeast of US 1 with frontage on Regency Parkway. There is an office located west of the site, a telecommunications tower north of the site, and several vacant parcels east of the site associated with the Holt PDD rezoning, which went to public hearing last year. Cocoa Booth Amphitheater is also located roughly a half mile from the site. The property is located in the Regency Park Planned Development District, or PDD. It is a portion of Tract 7, along with the site to the west, which was developed with an office building in 2007. Tract 7 is currently entitled for office and bank uses only. For additional locational context, this slide shows the entirety of the Regency PDD with the existing uses. The site is along the northwestern boundary with US 1. The PDD is mostly built out with multiple residential neighborhoods, offices, and the Cocoa Booth Amphitheater. The blue areas on this map indicate the existing office sites within Regency. There are no overhead utility lines along the site's frontage on Regency Parkway, and per the LDO, utility lines are required to be installed underground. While there are no overhead lines along the site frontage, I do want to note that there is a regional overhead power line that runs through the site parallel with US 1, and we'll see that in a moment. According to Cary's GIS, there is a potential stream buffer located on the western portion of the subject property. Field determination of such features is required at time of development plan review. The existing Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Master Plan proposes the Swift Creek Greenway Connector Corridor, approximately 300 feet east of the site. There is also an existing Greenway Trail and Streetside Trail located along Regency Parkway, 200 feet south of the site. Additionally, the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources System Plan was approved in December 2024 and a comprehensive amendment to the Engaged chapter is currently in the public review phase. After public input sessions, the system plan will be incorporated into the Engaged chapter of the Imagine Cary Community Plan through a plan amendment pending adoption by council. The proposed greenway map from the system plan, which is shown here, indicates a greenway corridor extending through the northwestern edge of the site and street side trail along the site frontage on Regency Parkway. As noted previously, the site has frontage only on Regency Parkway, which is a collector. The site is currently zoned Planned Development District Major, and it contains an office entitlement as part of Tract 7 in the Regency Park PDD. The applicant proposes an amendment to delineate a separate Tract 7B within the PDD, allowing for multifamily use, so the base district would remain the same. Within this new Tract 7B, the applicant proposes to replace the existing office entitlement with a maximum of 245 multifamily dwellings in buildings up to 60 feet in height. A minimum of 5% of the units, or approximately 13 units if the maximum site yield is achieved, would be designated as affordable at 80% of area median income for a period of 30 years. The applicant also has committed to a bronze level construction standard per the National Green Building Standard guidelines, at least 10 two-port electric vehicle charging stations, and proposes to preserve champion trees on the site. 4 have been identified on the master plan. The streetscape along Regency Parkway is proposed to be an average of 30 feet with a 25-foot minimum. There is also a proposed 10-foot wide bike and pedestrian facility along Regency Parkway and a 10-foot wide greenway trail along the eastern boundary of the site, along with a greenway easement proposed parallel to US 1, which again matches the PRCR system plan. The rezoning also proposes several modifications. The highway corridor buffer along US 1 is proposed to be averaged with an average width of 100 feet and a minimum width of 70 feet. Reduction of the perimeter buffers along both adjacent properties are proposed, and modifications to parking lot tree cover to accommodate parking within the Duke Energy 135-foot wide power line easement. Parking lot canopy trees would not be able to be planted in this area. A preliminary analysis against the Imagine Cary Community Plan finds that policies in the Live, Work, Engage, Shape, Enrich, and Move chapters apply. The proposal would provide multifamily units in an area that is predominantly developed with employment uses and detached dwellings, which may address Policy 2 of the Live chapter. There is no multifamily residential in the immediate area, although there is a 138-unit life care facility just over a half-mile from the site. That's the Shelbourne Senior Living. The proposal may also modestly address Live Policy 6 regarding the provision of affordable dwellings, as the applicant commits to a minimum of 5% of the units rented at 80% AMI. Regarding work policies, the provision of a smaller housing type, such as multifamily, may help fill a housing need of Cary's workforce, which can generally support Policy 1. However, Policy 11 notes the importance of reserving a portion of land for traditional office spaces in Cary. The removal of the office entitlement at this site reduces opportunities for future employment uses. Policy 4 of the Shape chapter supports the development of infill sites and notes that increased development intensity may be necessary for project viability on small sites. However, it is still important that infill sites are compatible with surrounding uses. Policy 6 notes the various transitions that may be utilized between differing land uses. The proposal offers a maximum building height of 60 feet, which is similar in height to neighboring structures, which may help facilitate a form transition, although at the same time the layout of the site with the building pulled up closer to Regency is different from the established development pattern within the PDD. There is also not a clear use transition, as the site would be the sole multifamily use amid office and detached residential uses. The modifications to buffers may also serve to increase incompatibility between these sites, particularly as the use is proposed to change from office to multifamily. The proposal may meet several Enrich policies. Commitments to electric vehicle charging and green building certifications can at least partially address policies regarding sustainability and green building practices. And finally, the applicant has committed to preserving all 4 champion trees on site, which partially addresses Policy 9. However, the power line easement on site will limit the ability to provide replacement canopy trees throughout the majority of the surface parking area proposed under those lines. As a result, replacement tree canopy may be less than would otherwise be required by the LDO. Regarding the move chapter, this site is anticipated to generate 96 trips in both the AM and PM peak hour, which is just below the threshold for a traffic study. Given how close the development program is to triggering a traffic study and the site's unique location in close proximity to the Coca-Booth Amphitheater, a voluntary traffic impact analysis could be helpful to assess potential traffic impacts. At this time, the applicant has declined to prepare a voluntary traffic analysis for the rezoning, and as a result, staff does not have any additional information on the rezoning's traffic impact on the surrounding street network. The site has a business and industrial park designation on the future growth framework map. This designation predominantly supports traditional suburban office parks and light industrial uses. Residential uses are not specifically identified as an appropriate standalone use in these areas, although the plan does note that some residential may be incorporated into new development, so those uses should be more incidental in nature. This proposal deviates from this guidance as multifamily is the sole proposed use. Staff does note that today's market may not support the provision of large amounts of new professional office space. However, the business and industrial park designation does support a variety of other non-residential uses complementary to an office park use, as well as the nearby Coca-Booth Amphitheater. A neighborhood meeting was held in May of 2024. 72 members of the public attended and asked questions about the proposed use and density, as well as expressed concerns about traffic impacts, particularly in conjunction with Coca-Booth events, as well as the potential for increased crime and concern for environmental impacts. Following the neighborhood meeting, staff has continued to receive emails and calls, most of which reiterated the previously mentioned questions and concerns. Notice of tonight's public hearing was mailed to property owners within 800 feet of the site, which exceeds both the state's and Cary's LDO requirements, and a sign was also posted on site. This concludes my presentation. Jason Barron, the applicant's representative, is here to provide the applicant's comments, and following the public hearing, I'm available for questions.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Jason Barron with the Morningstar Law Group here on behalf of Terwilliger Pappas, who is the proposed developer of this site. You all are abundantly familiar of the situation with the office market. Before COVID hit, before the pandemic hit, we were starting to see some of the traditional suburban office parks change. I think we saw it starting in Weston with the introduction of multifamily in those locations. We were collectively hearing from folks who were relocating to this market as they were bringing their companies here that they needed a place for their people to live. COVID certainly didn't help that situation. You know, not only was the suburban office model a dying animal at that time, as you all are familiar, the work from home situation has only stunted the possibility of office returning. Now, office is doing good, is doing well actually in certain pockets of the market. North Hill's vacancy rates are really, really low. Fenton's vacancy rates are really, really low, but those are in highly amenitized areas where office people want to be. The work from home population, as you all are familiar, Cary in the Triangle has the largest work from home population in the entire Triangle. I think I saw 49%, 41, I just got corrected, 41% of Cary's workers are work from home. So again, it's just kind of reinforcing this nature of where the office market is. It's just a reality, and I am certainly sensitive to and abundantly familiar with the town's long-standing belief that we have to preserve office spaces. The Cary Community Plan acknowledges these things. As you all are aware, when the Cary Community Plan was under review, one of the things that Cary did was take an inventory. Where are our developable office sites? Where can we see office development, recognizing that bringing office tenants to the market was part and parcel to bringing quality, bringing Cary quality to the marketplace. So I'm certainly not unsensitive to the reality associated with where Cary wants to be on office, but we all cannot be, and we cannot avoid the situation with market. And the market has spoken with respect to suburban office parks. As you're probably familiar, there are multiple office buildings that are currently standing vacant in Regency as of today. And a part of that reason is because the market is dying for office in suburban office parks. Part of that reason is because there's nowhere to live for renters in Regency. The slide that you saw from Ms. Puckett during her presentation that talked about the various uses within Regency as today, there was dark blue for office, and there was a life care community, there was single family detached, there was townhomes, there were a variety of things. What you didn't see on that slide was any multifamily at all whatsoever. We believe now is a great time to start to introduce multifamily into this area, to hopefully stem the tide of the dying of that particular office park, to hopefully save some of the offices that are there. But even if not, to be able to provide a place for people to live. One of the things you may be aware of, in addition to the fact that that slide made it abundantly clear that there is no multifamily in Regency, there's not a whole lot of new multifamily product in a 2-mile radius of this site. There just is not a lot of new multifamily product. And as you all are familiar, there is a very large institutional employer right around the corner from the site at Wake Med. And I'm not suggesting that everybody who's going to live here is going to be working at Wake Med, but it's a very large employer, and Regency should be a place where folks who are working at Wake Med could possibly live. And again, additionally, you've got offices there, and ostensibly providing for additional residential opportunities, for diversifying the residential opportunities in Regency will further help to stem the tide of Regency being an office park that is dying an unfortunate death. One of the things I want to talk about before I get into the details, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the market. And again, you all know this very, very well, but I do think it's an important point as it relates to changing from a vacant site that has been planned for office to multifamily and why it's happening. As you can see from this slide, this dark area that you see here is essentially a very large Duke transmission line that, as you're familiar, you can't put any buildings within the transmission line. You can put parking in there, which is good. Beyond that, you have the thoroughfare corridor buffer, which I'm going to talk about in a moment. So the reality is, as a result of the transmission line and the thoroughfare corridor buffer, all of the improvements on this site have to be located at the front of the site. There is no option to push them back to the back of the site. The way the site is set up with that transmission line, where we are showing improvements is literally the only place you can put buildings on the site. A handful of points, and I know you all had a long public speaks out tonight, so I'm going to try to keep my comments brief. I do want to touch on a couple of things associated with this proposal, because it's not just multifamily. I believe it's multifamily that's conditioned the right way. First, it does have an affordable housing commitment of 5% of the units at 80% AMI. I recognize that doesn't get every council member exactly what they want, but as you all are familiar, tackling housing affordability, tackling the challenges associated with providing for workforce housing options is a multi-pronged approach, and I believe there is a place for adding density and where 5% of the units at 80% AMI makes sense. Second, I want to talk about the greenways and the street side trail. As was noted during the staff's presentation, the street side trail that has been shown on this plan, which is a 10-foot wide path up along the Regency Parkway frontage. Well, you get the point, it's not working. But the Regency Parkway frontage has a 10-foot wide street side trail. Additionally, we've added a greenway at the back of the site that ultimately is planned to connect the Swift Creek Greenway, which is a dynamite greenway, you all know that, to the Apex Greenway system. I mention that because those are actually not things that have been approved by the town of Cary. It's a draft plan. It's something that the town has been talking about. But when the town staff mentioned this was a priority for them, my client was willing to work with them to see those things happen, recognizing that if we didn't do it as part of this, the town was going to be foreclosed of the opportunity to be able to get those things. So I just wanted to mention that and give my client kudos for being willing to work with the town on something that may or may not get adopted. We trust that it will, but regardless, the town will have that 10-foot wide multimodal path for the benefit of not only folks who are going to live here, but existing residents within Regency, but also that greenway connection, which is going to be important. The last thing I want to talk about, the conditions related to the case before I touch on a couple of different subjects. The commitments with respect to green building here, We've all seen EV charging stations, and there are 10 two-port EV charging stations, which I'm very excited about. But the commitment to do at least bronze level certification, national green building standards for this development, I haven't seen a multifamily project come through that has made a green building standard certification commitment as part of their conditions of approval. And I'm abundantly familiar with the fact that the two priorities this council has had, the town has had for an extended period of time, housing affordability, environmental conscious. And I believe that a developer who's willing to stand up and say, okay, we recognize we're changing the landscape here. We're going from office to multifamily. We have to do things that are not just the ordinary things. And I believe the commitment to doing green building certification is a great example of things that could happen on a multifamily deal such as this. Three other points I want to make, really just two. The thoroughfare corridor buffer, the encroachments there are existing encroachments in that corridor buffer. The reduction that we are seeking to 70-foot minimum, the offices have a 50-foot minimum, and I understand why. We are seeking 70 primarily just so we can get an access drive, that back access drive that you see. It allows us to be able to connect to our adjacent sites. So the thoroughfare corridor buffer, again, it's another item that I'm abundantly familiar that the town prides itself on. But those are encroachments that A, are already there, and B, we're trying to minimize future encroachments by having that 100-foot average. The last thing I want to say, and you'll note in your staff report, we have a 295-foot building setback from the right-of-way. So if the concern associated with a reduction in the thoroughfare corridor buffer is visibility of the building from the right-of-way, which that is one of them, the building is going to be set back basically a football field, and you're still going to have a 70-foot minimum thoroughfare corridor buffer. I do not believe when this building is constructed 300 feet off of the right-of-way with a 70-foot minimum buffer that it's going to be visible from the right-of-way. Traffic. I'm very aware of the concerns of the folks in Regency with respect to traffic. I've been over there before several times. I lived over there for a short period of time. I'm familiar with it. The multifamily use that's proposed as part of this case generates 1/2 of the daily trips of an office development and 1/3 of the peak hour trips of an office development. Put another way, if this were developed based on its existing zoning, it would include twice daily trips and 3 times as many peak hour trips. So if traffic is a concern, that should be a redeeming quality for a proposal that's actually going to pull traffic off of the network when it's ultimately built. The last thing I want to say, I've seen the correspondence from folks in the community. As you're aware, the town has a standard protocol where we have a neighborhood meeting. It's virtual at the beginning of this process. We have a second neighborhood meeting scheduled for next Wednesday. We've sent out notices, sent them out actually shortly after the town did, because we wanted to hear the feedback from folks tonight. And we've got an in-person meeting scheduled, and we look forward to folks showing up at that. We look forward to continuing to work with folks and hopefully be able to come up with something that works, generally speaking, for the community, works for my client, and certainly works for the town. So with that, we appreciate the feedback that you all have tonight, and we look forward to continue working on the case. Thank you.
Thank you. So now is the time for the public hearing for 24 REZ06 Regency Multifamily. And at this time, I'll call on the clerk for any written comments and call on any registered speakers.
We had 31 written comments. They were all against the rezoning. And then our registered speakers, we have 9 registered speakers, and the first one being Steve Palmer.
I hope you can hear me all right. Great, excellent. Well, thank you so much again, Mayor, Town Council. My name is Steve Palmer. I may look familiar. It's about 9 months ago we met here on another rezoning case that you're very familiar about, the Holt rezoning. And what I want to do, first of all, thank you guys. After hearing all this, I know your shoulders are laden with a lot of activities that are going on, but I want to kind of reach out and talk a little bit about this whole rezoning as it's been presented. I sent a package. I hope you got that. You'll have some time to look that over if you didn't tonight. But like I said, this is the second time we've been here against the whole idea of this whole Regency Park area. And what I wanted to talk about was when we came here the last time, I think the feedback was pretty clear and loud of what was proposed in that rezoning with the other applicant did not fit the community nor the area, nor was it complementary to Cocoa Booth Amphitheater, which I think was a huge aspect of that. As Jason mentioned, there was a meeting back in May, and at that time, we had also mentioned there was another rezoning. So you had this rezoning, it said, I want 750 units, we want 250 units. You know, if you take a look at everything, when you try to pull this all together, you had over 1,000 some units of housing they were going to potentially look at. And we said to ourselves, how does this make sense? I mean, how can it make sense? So when we met in May and talked about it, we did bring up some of these points. We brought up a lot of points. Matter of fact, I sent Jason a list of questions, and I sent those prior to the meeting. I sent a reminder in June, where are the answers? I sent another reminder in November, never got the answers. When I came here about last week, I finally saw some answers to some of our questions. So when we talk about, and someone else mentioned, kind of a collaboration, this whole idea of these neighborhood meetings should be a collaboration to talk and understand what's going on. The no feedback really didn't resonate very well with myself. So you saw some of the maps up here. You can see right here what's being rezoned. Track 7, which is on there, it talks about that's originally designed for 180,000 square foot of office space. Of that, they've already built 122,000 square feet. Okay, that's on the left side. They want you to look at this as two pieces now instead of one big piece. So we're going to now forget about Tract A, which already is built, and we're going to talk about this other 10 acres. Well, you got about maybe 5 to build on. And they come in and say, well, let's build another. Let's go multifamily apartment. And I said, okay, well, 245 units. If you use 900 square feet for one unit, and let's say they do go 5 stories to the 60-foot height, my numbers come up with that next building is going to have to be at least 220,000 square feet. 120,000, 220,000, 340,000 square feet. I mean, where does this end? It doesn't make sense, and I think that's the key here. And when you go back and you look at Regency Park, it's been around for, the PDD's been around over 30 years. It was designed to be a community setup where you had residential, you had retail, and I'm going to get that other name with an I apologize. But it's supposed to be a good mix of everything, and it has been. And it has evolved actually into more residential over the period of time. But it was never really looked at as high residential. It never was. It was set up to be fairly much a lower medium residential setup, and about 2.5 units per dwelling per acre. We in Regency Cottages, and I have many of our people here from Regency Cottages are here as well. Raise your hands, thank you. We live in probably one of the most dense area, okay? We have about 4 to 5 dwelling units per acre. We're looking at someone who's coming in here saying, I want at least 24.5. Okay, numbers talk, but visibility also talks. You're talking about, like they said, when they bought this land, you had to know that you had easements here. You had to know that you had buffers here. That was already set. That's nothing new. The question is, why do we do this now? Why are we resetting the parameters, and does it really fit? We talk, you hear this talk about multifamily being a product. It's not a product. It's an option. It's an opportunity. When you look at the companies who come here to talk to you about this, did they do the research? Do they have the documentation? I've never seen that. I've never seen anybody pull up the information and says, this is what we're going to build, and here's the reasons why. It's always go to the next thing. I really implore you to look at this in whole with all of the Regency that's open territory right now, and look at it as one big opportunity for different than multifamily. You have other uses outside of just office space that can be there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next registered speaker is Howard Pickett.
Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. My name is Howard Pickett. I reside at 818 Angelica Circle in the Regency Cottages since 2010. I have lived in Cary since 1970, when Kildare Farm Road was a 2-lane road and there were 6,500 people in town. I have seen expansion, growth, and development, which has been good for Cary and has been worse for Cary. The rezoning request, in my opinion, is the latter. My issue of concerns is the following: the impact to traffic. The current road, Regency Parkway, is not capable of handling any increased cars due to the Cocoa Booth Amphitheater and its ever-increasing popularity. Widening the road is not an option, as it is encroaching on the natural beauty of the backyards of Regency Parkway, which one of those is my house. The impact on property valuation. Apartments attract a transient population with no real investment in the community. They're not paying property taxes. I'm concerned about apartment complexes attract break-ins, theft, including packages, as well as burglaries for home and auto. Our neighborhood just had a meeting with the Cary Police over recent break-ins in our neighborhood. Would this increased type of behavior, building another large 5-story apartment complex will lower not only our property values, but impact the immediate surrounding areas, such as the views, privacy, noise, as well as safety. People are returning back to offices. Many companies are now requiring their employees to attend and be in their office, not work at home. I speak for many families in the Regency Cottages neighborhood. We purchased our home because of the tranquil-like settings, because of the woods, the trails, the natural beauty, which enhanced our wellness around the Regency Pond. Apartments will disrupt this value of our property owners. I ask, is this change for rezoning for the good of Cary, or is it for the worst? Many of us believe it's for the worst. It certainly appears that the developer wants to make a quick buck by building apartments and leaving the rest of us to deal with the harmful outcomes. I urge the town council to vote no on this zoning request.
Our next registered speaker is D. Gabrielle. And then following D is Patricia Birch.
Hello, my name's Dee Gabriel, but you made it sound so much better. Thank you. Thank you for your time this evening. I just want to express my opposition to this proposed rezoning. I recall last year the hearing for the adjacent property, and I was here along with many others at that time. And I recall the mayor and the council at that time expressing that they would really like people to work together on the development of this property. They thought that that property, which is adjacent to this, it was unique because of its location right across from Cocoa Booth, because of its size. And I actually remember someone saying that they thought maybe a good development across from Cocoa Booth would be where you could get a beer, go across the street to an event at Cocoa Booth, but then be sure to Uber home. And I won't name names as to who I remember that being. But anyway, another comment was made that, you know, this was not unique. That proposal was not unique. It could be anywhere. It could be developed across from a Walmart. And I feel the same with this current development. So I love the Cary motto where you say, live inspired. And in my opinion, there's nothing inspired, unique, or creative about this current rezoning proposal. I hope that you all continue to seek out options to develop the properties across from Cocoa Booth to be something really special and something really unique for Cary. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
The next registered speaker is Patricia Birch, followed by Renee Miller.
Ms. Birch, are you here?
We'll go to Renee Miller.
Okay. Ms. Miller?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. While I don't live in this area, I frequent it because it is near my home in South Cary. And I must say that after having reviewed the entire file on this project, the people who may be moving into the Regency multifamily project are going to be blessed with some great neighbors. 72 of them turned out for a neighborhood meeting, which is a relatively large turnout in my experience. But I'm disappointed that one of the main concerns that those neighbors have for this location, the traffic resulting from our events at Kokobuth, is not being addressed thoroughly by the applicant. In the mayor's State of Cary speech Tuesday evening, he stated that Kokobuth last year drew 330,000 visitors to 130 events. Current neighbors even have to sign a waiver about the noise when they purchase their house, showing that they understand that the amphitheater will have an effect on their property. So they are asking the question, how could these new residents get home, get out, or receive emergency services during a major event? This area was not originally designed to have this level of housing, and even though our need is evident because of our growth, that still may not be the best solution. Considering the needs to be given to the balance of arriving home and the events that cause so much traffic is important. In this case, it's not so much about the additional trips generated by the 245 apartments, but the event traffic that often snarls Regency Parkway even today. Council should request that the applicant conduct a more thorough analysis of this challenge as part of their application. I have a second concern regarding transit. The applicant has plans to set aside 13 affordable units proposed for this development, and additional units are proposed for the Holt development that is being reviewed. Unfortunately, the nearest transit stop is off the Kildare Farm route, and that stop is nearly 1.8 miles away by road. That's quite a walk in the heat or rain, or even on an everyday basis. Transit could also be important for every resident in this area, especially to be able to avoid the event traffic. There's a vague mention of microtransit in some of the documentation, but I think that fleshing that out as part of the final application would be important. And I'm not even sure that a microtransit could work to solve the problems given the challenges of event traffic in this area. It would seem wise to me that fleshing out the transit solutions for this area would be a very important part of developing this particular project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Patricia Kinley, followed by Hans Erie.
Good evening, council members, residents of Cary, friends of Cary. I'm Patricia Kinney. I have lived, worked, paid taxes, voted in the Cary and Wake County area since 1979. I love it. As most people here have said, we love living in Cary. For the last 23 years, I've lived in one of the Regency communities that is within less than a mile and a half from the property being considered for rezoning. Interesting to note, because I'm a mile and a half away, my community has not been included in the conversations and have received no notices of these meetings. It's only the adjacent one. So I'm not in the cottages, I'm in the communities are just a little bit further away. Anyway, when I first heard about the rezoning proposal, I wanted to be objective, not reactionary. which some might say I can be. So I started to make a very methodical list of advantages and disadvantages. So I want to share it with you, kind of like I made it on the back of my receipt from my, oh, there we go. Thank you. A receipt from my drugstore receipts. You know, you get those, those drugstore receipts. So on the back of the receipt, with all those coupons that I really have no use for, and they've already expired, that's my list of disadvantages. And the receipt for the coupons that I actually found useful, I could put the advantage. The advantage, you know more than I, but it would probably bring in some increased revenue for the town of Cary. All the other disadvantages fall in categories of social, community, the negative impacts to the reputation of the area. And I realized when I looked at these also have a negative financial impact, right? So every time, you know, you have a traffic problem, you have an accident, you have whatever, that's, you know, costing the town of Cary additional money. So the expenses, I think, far outweigh even revenue potential. I'm not going to go in. Vehicle traffic seemed to be a big topic, and I shared and I talked to a lot of my neighbors to get their opinions. I'm representing my own opinions, but traffic was, of course, the number one thing that everybody brought up initially. So you've probably got lots of feedback on vehicle traffic. I'm here to talk a little bit more about pedestrian traffic, because that area today, I live there, is predominantly, the uses are, you know, residential, recreational, and of course, Coca Booth, which is, you know, a wonderful outdoor amphitheater, right, for concerts. And then now we also have right there a senior living facility. So that's the current use. And I agree with somebody who said, this proposal just seems to make it very messy. It's like, okay, we're adding another use. And I want to share an example of what I experience when I drive through that area. I drive through there about 2 or 3 times a day, all different times of the day. So I'm talking about pedestrian traffic that is daily traffic. During the concerts, you have a lot of traffic, a lot of pedestrian traffic, but you also have people directing traffic. But during the day, there's people walking through there. It's recreational, it's residential. And I would not want to be the traffic engineer having to try to figure out how to design this area, the flow of traffic. Because there is currently a traffic light at Ederly and Regency Parkway. And they must be changing it every time, because every time I stop there, it's a different length, right? And when I find myself often, I stop at this traffic light and I look around, and traffic on all 4 sides are stopped. And we're sitting there looking at each other. You know, there's nobody moving. Why? Well, because there was a runner that came.
Sorry, I have to.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway.
Time is expired. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Our next 3 speakers are the ones that came earlier. So I'm starting with Hans.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing me to speak. I also live in Regency. I don't live in the cottages. I live in the houses, and I enjoy the music from the concerts quite often. And you've heard a lot about traffic, and I'm not going to go over that again, but on your screen, you'll see how it goes from a 4-lane road, 2 lanes on each side, and it comes down into 1. You know, as it is now with the traffic that we have there, it gets very congested at that pinch point, especially when that office is letting in and letting out, but just in general. To have 240 houses there that are, you know, or apartments there with people coming in and out, there's only one way for them to go. That's going to be right, okay? And that's going to feed into a 1-lane road that's going to go up to Ederly, where there's no stoplight, And to cross that to go left is much of a challenge, and you must more than likely try to go right. So, we've talked a lot about that, but I want to go back to what somebody said earlier about the 120,000 square feet building and then what this could end up being. At the end of the day, what this looks like, and if we use a little common sense approach, for lack of a better term, is somebody who bought some property with an original intent, maybe didn't do all the due diligence, and now wants to blame COVID and work from home and try to repurpose it. I work in corporate America, and before COVID, 5 days a week. You were expected to be in the office 5 days a week. COVID taught us a lot. We can be productive and we can work from home. But coming out of that, companies like Google, Dell, Amazon, IBM today, they are mandating that their folks go back to work. And they're not going back to work in high rises. They are going back to work in suburban office buildings, suburban office spaces, et cetera. So the tide is turning, and I think what we have here is a developer that's trying to get you to look this way to EV and backsets and green parkways, which are all great. We love them. I love walking my dog on them. Our kids love running on them, et cetera. It's what drew us to the area. But to repurpose this, for lack of a better term, to get your money out of it, I think it's totally the wrong reason. And I think you guys are elected by us, the citizens of Cary, to maintain some sense of what we came here for. We moved from North Raleigh to Cary. I love it to death 13 years ago. I wouldn't go anywhere else. I've had offers to go somewhere else, and I don't want to leave. And I want to keep it that way. But I want us to also remember who we're serving. And we're serving the communities. You heard from the folks in the cottages. You're hearing from me that's over in the manors. And at the end of the day, I think we have somebody that, quite frankly, when I was listening earlier, came across somewhat condescending as they were doing us a favor. And I don't see it that way. I see it as them wanting us to do them a favor to help them recoup their money from this property. And I'll go back to what somebody said earlier. Find a great use for this property. I'm all with you, Mayor. I mean, come over there and, sorry, I didn't mean to call you out, but, I would love a place to hang out before I go to the concert and, then kind of go home. I mean, I think it should be kind of a destination place that really attracts more people. And, the number, about 300,000 people coming to that site. Billy Strings was there this last week, and we got our Facebook notice saying, watch out for the traffic, and I'm coming back from work. I could go down 1010. I cannot come that way, Chinese Lantern Festival, 200,000 people. We go every year. We've already seen it. I just want to see what's new. But, get in line, and don't go down 64 and try to come back home. So, we have a great resource in Cocoa Booth, and I think we should work on amplifying that versus trying to solve a developer's problem. And so I'll just close on one point, the 300,000 people coming to Cocoa Booth. I think that's grossly underestimated. I mean, between Chinese Lantern and the Diwali Festival alone, you could probably get 300,000 people there. I think Billy Strings, over 3 days, probably had 50,000 people come to that place. I mean, they were camping out at 7 o'clock in the morning, so, and last thing I'll close on is this whole notion of traffic and, corporate coming and going. Keep in mind, as people are coming to a corporate development, if you keep it that way, they're coming in the morning against traffic as everybody else is leaving. They're leaving, going against traffic as everybody's coming back. So, I think from that standpoint, if it stays as corporate, I'd rather it be that than an apartment complex. But I challenge the council and I challenge the developer, come up with a novel idea. Come up with something innovative. Come up with something that amplifies Cocoa Booth for Cary. That's me.
Our next registered speaker is Bill Laughlin, and then followed by Ryan.
Hello, I'm Bill Laughlin. I'm a business owner starting 10 companies since moving to Cary. I relocated my first company to Regency in the mid-2000s because of the traffic delays getting out of the Capitol Center, which is just up Route 1 about 5 miles on Jones Franklin Road and 440. I built my home in Regency. Over the past 17 years, traffic has migrated south on Route 1, and the primary routes into Regency office space, Tryon Road, and 1010 interchanges are just as bad as they were at Capitol Center when I decided to leave. I saw the Kimberly Horn traffic assessment. I don't know why we commissioned a report in 2022 in the middle of COVID, when we had high vacancy rates then, and also people working remote. But we don't need a traffic report to tell us there's a lot of traffic and it's getting worse at a high pace. 2 days ago, I visited 12 largest office buildings in Regency and adjacent off Crescent Green Drive behind Lucky 32. It's all Class A space. Of the 12, 4 are totally empty, and the rest is hovering at 50 to 60% occupancy. We're not in recession. Unemployment's less than 3%. It can't get much better for commercial real estate around here than right now. Let me be blunt. Commercial real estate in Regency is dead and headed for foreclosure with no chance of being saved without removing half the inventory. How do I know this? First off, it's not financially prudent for a business owner to move back into Class A space. I have boosted profits by 11% by having employees work remotely. I don't have to worry about growth and space needs when entering a 5-year lease. I sold my business that is still headquartered in Regency, but my most recent business, all of these employees would have been remote. All 32 of them are working remotely. Once you make the move, put employee performance metrics in place, it doesn't make sense to return to the office. The rest of the reasons supporting this conclusion I sent in a paper prior to this meeting. Circling back to Capitol Center, where I started, and more germane to the proposal in front of us. Dillwig Real Estate owned the Capitol Center property and adjoining property and sold it in 2020. At the time, the office building was 93% leased. The other half of the property was sold to build luxury multifamily apartments similar to what is being proposed here. 279 units were built and opened in 2022. The traffic, despite efforts to improve it on Jones Franklin Road, has gotten worse. Capitol Center is now at 55% occupancy rate, and Centerview Drive building, Class A space, about a quarter mile up the road and about half the size, 75,000 square feet, just sold this week for $5.7 million. It was 36% occupied. The key takeaway is 279 families in multifamily apartments were added within walking distance of both these buildings, and occupancy rates nosedived. People that live in apartments create more traffic and traditionally don't work in Class A office space, but they do like tennis. Second point, it's all about commute time. For every minute longer it takes to get to an office, the radius in which an employer can attract talent shrinks. It's important. Solutions, recommendations. If medium-sized Class A office space just off Route 1, 5 miles up the road, is going for $5.7 million, estate homes in Regency are being assessed for property tax at the $2 to $7 million range. 1 or 2 estate homes will contribute as much to tax revenue as the current true market value of commercial office building. You can put 12 to 15 estate homes in the same space as a Class A office and parking with only a fraction of the traffic. If you change the zoning in Holt PPD to estate homes and manor homes, rough estimate, let's say 100, you can start generating about $2 million more in yearly property tax revenue to Cary than you are right now. More importantly...
Sorry, I have to interrupt you. Your time is expired.
Okay. I'll send the rest over to you.
Okay, thank you.
Our last speaker is Ryan Hayes.
Good evening. I'm a resident of the Windfall part of the Regency neighborhood, and I'm coming before you this evening to oppose the development. And I want to talk about a few issues. The representative of Morningstar Law Group talked about the Cary quality of life. However, what they're proposing, I think, drastically impairs the quality of life of people who are already there. And of course, they're representing a client who has an investment in this property, and they want a return on that investment, but they knew how it was zoned when they purchased it. And now, because of the circumstances, they're asking that the recover what may be lost on the backs of the families and taxpayers that already live in those neighborhoods. Families that have been there since the early 80s, who've, raised their families there. They came there because of the peaceful way of life and taking advantage of Kokobuth and the natural surroundings therein that would be changed based on this development. And as part of the presentation, I saw that it said that it wouldn't increase the size of the buildings that would be facing the road, if I'm understanding what was said correctly, by building apartment complexes or multifamily units that are 5 stories. If you go on that road now, although there may be some commercial buildings of that height, they are not right up against the road, and they're further back. And it would very much change the character, I believe, there. I think the other thing to take note of is that, it's telling that Morningstar Law Group has not voluntarily done a traffic study. I mean, everybody has noted the issues of Kokobuth. This is an irregular set of circumstances on these roads. But I'll tell you, from somebody who lives in the Windfall neighborhood, for example, when I go out to Penny Road, I cannot make a left because of the traffic with schools and everything else. So I have to go through my neighborhood to the other side to go out past Kokobuth to get on the highway and to go anywhere, really. And the problem here is that if that's congested, there is no way to go out. You're going to be essentially an island in that community without a way to get to work in the morning. And apologize. The other thing that I would like to note too with this is, the representative of Morningstar mentioned that there's a second neighborhood meeting, and I don't know who's getting the notices of that, but in my community in Windfall, we haven't received any notice of that. So there could be people in various parts of the Regency area that are getting notified of these things, but not everybody is, and that's a real concern to me too. And that's really all I have to say to you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
That was the last registered speaker.
Before we allow other speakers to come forward, I'm going to summarize what I've heard because I'm going to beg you, and I emphasize the word beg you, not to repeat. I have heard concerns about the cumulative effect of multifamily. I've heard traffic from everyone. I've heard property values may decrease. I've heard crime may increase. I've heard that notices are not being given to residents. And by the way, the town is required to do 200 feet notices. We do 800 feet. The applicants' meetings, I don't think we're required to do any of that. I've also heard of office use increasing and quality of life decreasing. Those are the things we have heard, some of them multiple times. With that being said, I would invite the next speaker forward. Anyone else to speak it, please?
Good evening, everyone, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to. My name is Srivani Ambati. I have been living with our beautiful daughter over the past 20 years. And I moved just for the sake of Kokobuth. For me, Kokobuth is Taj Mahal of Cary, literally. Building a 250 apartment complex next to it is like building an Amway train track next to a Taj Mahal. I want to, if you look at that map, Cocoa Booth is right there, because I walk every day with my dog, enjoying the music. I never even need to buy the tickets. It's true. It is so tranquil, no noise. You know why? High density Route 1 is right there, but we don't hear a thing because of that buffer from those beautiful canopy trees, which could not be protected. And that's my only point. My first day when we moved into the house, I went to these beautiful movies on Moonlight. I'm sure everyone has gone to. I took my 6-year-old daughter, and moonlight is shining through those canopy trees. Could hear the birds chirping. No noise of the Route 1. This is at 5 p.m. This is during the high traffic. So that's how Cary maintains its town. It looks at its noise. And can you imagine the acoustics of the Billy String show with Route 1 noise? Can anyone imagine that? I can't. I cannot go to the Moonlight movies with my daughter when there's no protection, when a high-rise apartment complex staring with the lights. I just can't. That's all. I just want a beautiful, serene neighborhood, which to be, and not only that, I tell all my friends, where do you live? I live next to Cocoa Booth. That's all. That's my pride and joy. And over the past weekend, I think, at least I know, 2 friends came for the concert from Baltimore, and 2 other people from across the US recognize this as a wonderful, serene, a unique place. And for multicultural, Diwali happens there. I go, and traffic and Chinese lantern happens there. And yeah, we are all for inclusiveness. We want everybody to enjoy, but maintaining the same quality and same integrity of the place and of Cary. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I think we have someone with a microphone, and then you'll be next. Yes, ma'am.
The light is out.
Just,
Well, it's gone now. Oh, okay. I just want to make a couple comments. One is,
Could you give us your name, please, for the record?
Elizabeth Mazurek.
Thank you.
I live in Windfall. I'm about a mile from Cocoa Booth. I can listen to every concert inside my house without opening up the windows. That's how loud it is. So you're proposing to put an apartment building right across the street from it? Those people are going to get blown out of their door. I mean, it's just going to be ridiculous. The other thing is that we walk at nighttime. I've got a neighbor that we walk between 11 and 12 o'clock at night. Totally safe, no problem whatsoever, no fear of anybody assaulting or even approaching us. That is not going to happen if you put a 245-unit apartment, some of which is affordable housing. I hate to sound prejudiced, but I think that's really the case. No one's brought up the wildlife. I cannot tell you the number of geese and swans that have been run over on the road, Regency Parkway, right outside Cocoa Booth. It happens every year. There's multiple animals that get run over by the existing traffic, let alone adding another roughly 500 cars. Another point I do want to mention, and I know you've heard it before, we went to the 4th of July one year. It took us 45 minutes to get home 1 mile. 1 mile. We had to go all the way around the community and come in the back door to get to our house. It's ridiculous. The traffic is horrendous. And then you add all these extra cars to it. Now, granted, the number of events at Cocoa Booth are not every single day, but it's bad enough for residents. We've been there 28 years. I mean, it's just, why are you punishing us for something that you want to bring in and impose upon us our standard of life? The other thing I do want to ask is, you know, there's 6 communities within Regency. You send out notices only 800 feet to one community out of 6. We are all impacted. We are all impacted. We only have two ways of egress out of our communities. And if you are stuck in one, you try to get to the other. Well, everybody else is trying to get to the other as well. It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. And you want to add to that problem. I'm sorry, obviously, we're really against doing this. The property is good for if you have something else to put down there. I love the idea of having a destination with some restaurants or something or other. I mean, I think that's a great idea. Because with Booth, you're very limited. You know, you can't bring things really in. You know, you're limited to what you can bring in. It would be nice to have something else other than the apartment complex. I mean, really. I'm sorry.
Council proposal. It is our sworn duty to evaluate every proposal. We did not propose this, so please understand that. We're not doing anything but evaluating.
Well, and the bottom line is, and none of these people said it, we elected you guys. We're the taxpayers.
Understood.
Taxes for 28 years.
Understood.
We're going to debate.
You know, don't screw up.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Elise Philpott, and I just wanted to address you as someone who is not from the community. I'm here with my daughter, who is a member of the community, and I just wanted to correct the record. Renters do pay taxes. Renters pay taxes with their rent. People do not rent properties, of course, at a big loss, and they would not eat that loss. The other thing I wanted to mention is that 5% affordable units at an 80% AMI in a community that I can barely imagine what your AMI is.
125.
Yeah, no, that's not affordable. And a community is made up of the people that work in our coffee shops and our grocery stores and our shopping malls and our gas stations and our places that fix our cars when they break down. And all of these people may only be able to afford to rent, and I don't think they deserve to feel hostility towards them because of that. And so I thank you so much for giving me a moment just to share those perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak at this public hearing? Anyone at all? Going to close the public hearing. And let's review the process. So we've had neighborhood meeting. We've had the public hearing tonight. The decision is months away. You have the opportunity to speak at every meeting. I heard the applicants say they're holding a neighborhood meeting next Wednesday. I would encourage you to attend. I don't know. The person to contact, I would think, would be our liaison, Erin Puckett, who can find out where this meeting is. And she would be able to communicate that with you. Also, you can always call 311 or email 311, and they can get answers to your questions as well. But where we are in the process is just the public hearing, and the reason I mention that is you have the opportunity to speak at any and every meeting, and I would invite you to do so if you feel so compelled, because we want to hear from you. And you don't have to be here. You can email, you can call, you can do any way of communication that you would like. Notice of the meetings, I heard a lot. We are required to do 200 feet. We do 800 feet. I'm sorry if people didn't get noticed. Again, I would encourage you to communicate with Erin Puckett, who is the liaison for this meeting. All right, now I'm going to give my feedback before I turn it over to my colleagues. In my opinion, what we need at Regency is a mix of use, preferably a vertical mix of use. Why is Fenton and other places successful? It's because the mix of uses. People want to live, work, and play there. Is multifamily the right solution for this location? I don't know. I kind of doubt it, but I think it's important to go through the process to hear all the arguments for and against, and then make up my mind. And so that's what I'm going to do. But however, I would think something, like I said last time, something unique, something that would be special, that would blend in well with what's already there, would be very valuable. I'm a little concerned about the density right next to the housing. I just don't feel that the transition is correct. And I think that density might be a bit much, or in some cases, people think it's a lot much. I think I'll be repeating if I say the other things. I've written down like 20 things, so I think I'll stop and let my colleagues, but the feedback I wanted the developer to hear is I'm looking, or the applicant to hear is I'm looking for a mix of use. I think standalone multifamily is not a good use on this site, and that's what I'm looking for. All right, who's next? Jack?
Oh, geez. I'm wide open on this one. I want to continue listening. I want to continue hearing. My initial thoughts listening to the presentation was the fact that there's a little bit of less traffic when you have this type of density. But the things that were percolating in my mind are similar to a little bit of what you said about the mixed use and it being adjacent to Cocoa Booth. At first, my thought was, well, isn't that one of the better uses, being next to something like Cocoa Booth? At the same time, when you think of the popularity and you think of things, of what to do before the concerts or whatever, you know, that's when the argument comes up, or the thought in my mind comes up about it may be more practical for mixed use. And it is also kind of frustrating that you have the two lots, and you're trying to solve part of the problem on the one, and you can't wave a wand where you do them both at the same time. But that's also lingering on my mind, is like, so you do this and you come up with something that seems to work, and does that all get discombobulated when all of a sudden the other empty lot comes forward? So I guess what I'm saying is, as we try to do here at a public hearing, this is our first time seeing it. I mean, you have a neighborhood meeting and we're getting chain mailed, it's the end of the world, traffic. The reality that we're learning, or at least I'm learning, others may disagree, is that the Tryon traffic is not as impacted by these type of densities. That's the reality. That's what I think people are trying to cope with in Lockmere. And my favorite, and I've talked to many of those people that were here tonight on Waverly, and I'm using this as an example because it's similar to this, is we had 350 units at the intersection of Cary Parkway and Tryon. And we drive by it every day 10 times. You see one car, two cars, you see nothing. Right up from Amberwood, right on Lockmere Drive, go right up to the intersection of Tryon, and you have, I think they're called the Loft or Bennington, but they're 752 apartments. Now, I go to BJ's virtually every day, both the restaurant, the other store, and gasoline.
Learn a little bit.
You don't see traffic. You don't see apartment traffic. So my whole point of that is, I think let's stay focused on the use and the application and the fit, and not the traffic. I think personally that's just getting too emotional for a lot of things, and you got to look at more what's in front of us. So what I saw coming forward today was a lot of things like setting back, trying to respect the environment, a little bit about the Bronze Building, and so forth. And the question that's still percolating in all our minds, I'd like to think, is this just the most practical use? So I'm in a wait and see mode. I don't have any feelings here about absolutely saying no or absolutely saying yes. But one of the things I'd like to think that we will look at is also this whole aspect of quality of life. How do people get in and out of their homes? How do people, that is kind of a unique area. But honestly, the ideas of we're making it easier for a developer because offices failed, those whole arguments about the offices fail, succeed, I'm just going to look at this and what's appropriate for here. So that's just kind of where I am at right now, wide open on this. I would continue to push for those neighborhood meetings to talk about, how that impact is going to happen to this area. And I was a little bit concerned about when I hear things like when you have apartments, you're going to get more crime. It's starting to stick in my craw. We actually hear that same argument at Greenways, and really the opposite is true. So let's focus on the use. Is it appropriate for there? How does it impact the other, the view shed and all the other things that you're looking at? There's a lot here. To me, there just has to be a lot more coming forward at the end than what I'm seeing right now. I mean, that's probably the most succinct way I can say it.
And I appreciate it, Mr. Smith, and I promised my colleagues I'd let them talk, but I'm going back on my promise. I got a couple of things you reminded me of. The idea that was hinted at that the developer's trying to do something and we don't realize it. Three of us together have 85 years of experience. I don't think there's anything they can do that we haven't seen before. So I guarantee you we know what's going on.
Yeah, we do.
The other thing is I failed to mention, if this is turned down, which gets to what you're talking about, they have to wait a year. The demand for property within a year is going to skyrocket, in my opinion. And what comes next year could be worse. Saying that, so you should always consider what's in front of you, which is what Mr. Smith is saying. Keep an open mind because you never know what's going to come next. And if you, in the end, it just doesn't work, I get it. Let's say no. But if it's something you can work with, by all means, try. So anyway, I promise you I'm done now.
No, that's good. That's okay. All righty. Yeah, I've enjoyed this council meeting. I enjoy hearing all these different perspectives, so it's been really good. One thing that we see all the time is applicants who are in ownership of land or have land under contract, they have to change with market trends. But we don't on the council. We don't have to react to market trends. What we have to do is have that big vision for what's best for our community and weigh every application against that vision to say, does this satisfy what our vision is for the community? So on this particular one, we have someone who's saying, well, the market's not really there for office, so it's really better for us to put in apartments. But that doesn't necessarily jive with what we think is best for the community. And we know that the market ebbs and flows. Right now, office isn't that popular, but there's a good chance it will come back again at some point. And what we do know about office is that people choose to occupy offices that have amenities for their employees. So if you have great restaurants to go to, if you have great greenways to walk on, then the office is more likely to be occupied. And one of the things that we know about Regency is that there's just not a lot of like destination restaurants and whatnot that's close by. So it's not that appealing for some of the office tenants. So I still stand by the same thing that we said about the adjacent property. What would be best for this community overall is for a project that enhances and complements the office that exists and provides amenities for the neighbors that live nearby. I don't think this apartment complex satisfies that. And one of the things that we talk about all the time in the council is that for us to approve a rezoning, it has to make a compelling case. I don't know that a compelling case is here. The other thing I would say is that for years and years and years, we guarded very strongly all of our land that was zoned for office because we do want to be a community that has a balance of places to work and places to live. So I'm not saying office is the best for this, but I don't think apartments is the best for this either. So I don't see that there's a compelling case. When the Fenton came up, I don't know if you all remember this, but the original application was for 350 homes where the Fenton is now. And the applicant at the time said, this is going to save Cary Town Mall. And at the time, I said, there's no way that 350 houses can save them all, you know? And so we ended up voting against it, and we said, let's wait for great. Let's wait for something that really serves this community. And we got it with the Fenton. Waiting paid off. I think this is another one of those cases. I don't think 245 apartments is going to save the office here. I don't think it's going to, you know, improve the environment of Cocoa Booth. So I don't think it fits. In the end, you know, our responsibility is not what's best for this particular parcel, it's what's best for the community. So that's the way I'll be evaluating this going forward.
Other comments?
I have a bunch of questions, but some of them I tried to figure out, but I just wanted to ask them. The little triangle that's right next to the property on the north of it, is that Town of Cary owned property?
The one that's to the north of this site?
Yes.
That's a telecommunications tower.
No, if you bring up the picture, there's two. There's the telecom, but I guess it's northeast, where you see the forest. There's, yeah,
This is the,
Nope, to the right.
to the right.
Up here.
Down.
Down.
ah, this, yes, you are correct. I'm so sorry. It's been a long public hearing.
Yes.
There's a sort of strip of property along Regency. It's hard to see at this
Basically where all
level.
the trees
But
are.
there's actually a strip that widens at this end. That is owned by Cary, correct?
That is owned by Cary. And was that just part of the Cocoa Booth planned? Or
It was part of the Regency PDD. I believe it's designated as open space there. Not entirely sure why, given its narrow dimension, but.
Okay, and is the office building, that's an office building in Tract 7 right now, right?
Correct, yes.
And is that a vacant building, or is it an active use building?
I would have to double check. I have some vacancy data. Oh, yes, that's Garmin. Sorry, you're right.
I'm sorry, I heard 5 people.
That's occupied with the Garmin facility.
Okay, so it is an active use right now.
I believe so.
Between the Regency cottages and this, there is an office complex that's already there and active right now.
And I don't know how much of it is occupied from a square footage perspective,
So the
but I
apartments
believe
would
there
be
is.
right next to them. I'm just trying to make sure. I
Correct,
understand.
yes.
There would be, all right, and it's currently zoned for office. So tomorrow, if the applicant came and said, I want to build a, whatever, 7-story office, it wouldn't even come before council, is that correct?
Correct, except I think it's limited to 6
Okay,
stories.
sorry,
But-
6.
But
I
yes.
picked the wrong number. Okay, so I just trying to get the lay of the land of what's currently accepted, what could be built today, and what the asking, or what's being asked for.
Yes.
So those are my questions. I want to kind of go at this at a different way, similar to the way we went through the Holt rezoning, which is, what is the vision for this area? What do we want it to be? What do we hope is a value add to the community? I really loved the young lady who came and said, this is a gem. This is a gem, right? It's the Taj Mahal of Cary. I'm going to use that. Because I do see this as more than a destination center. The Cocoa Booth generated $10 million in economic opportunity on its own with nothing around it that everybody either Ubered to or drove to. So what actually adds value but still protects the quality of life of people who live close? And I'm not sure that an apartment building on its own is the answer to that. And I think that is very similar to what we said with the Holt rezoning, is give us your vision for what creates a sense of place. I would somewhat disagree with you that we have to respond to market trends or not, because I think at the end of that, you actually showed case with the Fenton that we did respond to a market trend, which is that office succeeds. Fenton is 98% full, and its office is sold out, and so is, you know, the area around the Walker. Lee and Associates is running out of room. They're totally full. Office does well in an area that's vibrant and thriving, and where there's opportunity. The vacancy pressures are in our old Weston-like, industrial parks where you drive to work, and then you have to drive and get some lunch, and then you have to drive back, right? The areas that are thriving are exactly like you said, which is the Fenton, where you can live, work, play, own a business in one area that's vibrant and thriving. And that shift is what I think is going, I hope, is going to happen across all of our office parks. I like that the applicant came to us with a number of things, already knowing what we want, right? Which is, EV chargers and greenways that are connected. And, I had a whole list of, I think, Councilmember Cone Johnson was like, those are good nuggets. Those are things, I think developers are learning what we like and are bringing those. And I'm not sure how many nuggets you can throw at this to make it fit a vision, in my mind. I'm absolutely willing to listen, but I really think this whole area, like you said, it needs to wait for grade. It needs for the Holt rezoning and this property to come together in one clarified vision of how can it support everyone. I don't think this is any different. My comments are no different than the comments we gave with the Holt rezoning is how does this improve the area and improve the lives of our citizens here? And I don't see it yet, right? So I'm one thing that really, there are a couple of things that bothered me as you go back looking for the nuggets is there's no structured parking, right? If you're gonna do bronze building and you have this much impervious surface for parking, they kind of, right, don't they fight each other, Jack? They kind of fight each other. Or you say you wanna support affordable housing, but you wanna support affordable housing for people that make $100,000, right? But our teachers make $50,000 and our police officers make $60,000. Those are the people that want apartments, right? And they can't afford this, and so help us out with more than 5%. So that's kind of where I'm headed with this, is the kind of discussion we had however long ago it was. But what is the big picture and vision for this? And I'm not seeing that apartment fits.
I just want to share my exact echoing. I did write the word nuggets. I said there's some nuggets in there.
I stole it.
When we have applicants like this, I got to be the one to bring the positive feedback last time a little bit, because again, my colleagues, they're spot on. They're spot on with this. But I do, when I open up these packets to read them ahead of this meeting, and I see affordable housing already in there as a condition, when I see, this is, since I've been on council, the first time I've seen a proposal with a green building standard, and I was tickled. That's fantastic. And the EV charging stations almost are starting to feel like, are they in our LDO? Like, do they have to do that? Because everybody's, including those as a condition, and I think that's phenomenal. And this may be, I don't know if I'm making a mistake here when I say that this might be inappropriate, but I am finding it challenging to look at these proposals as independent from the ones around them. So we're getting more and more infill projects brought to us, and to look at this independent of the Holt Road one or anything else that might be in the immediate vicinity, to me doesn't make sense. So it is difficult for me to look at this and not consider what's going to be directly to, gosh, I believe that's east of it. And I don't love them together for this area. I do agree with my colleagues. I think the mayor and Jennifer said it perfectly. This is maybe not the right use for this land. Maybe later, who knows? But I just don't see it. I don't quite see how it fits in there. And I really would, and I do want to make sure that this has nothing to do with the fact that it's apartments, especially at 80% of AMI. Let's be honest, that's what I make, or that's what I made a few years ago, and I certainly don't bring crime and lowered property values, when I live next door to you, but we can't just plop apartments anywhere. That just won't. I just don't feel like this is the right spot for that. I do want to see us continue to do really well thought out infill projects. And I do think there's some places where there's good places for density and going taller and building multifamily. I'm just not sure that this is the place, but I've got an open mind and I welcome the applicant to change it. I have not made a decision. I just wanted to share my initial perspective on this.
Thank you.
I'll just say that, I agree with all of you that this project probably, there's so much opportunity in this area. And let me explain you how my thought process has changed and what you have done to influence my thought process here. So that gives you comfort that your voice matters. Initially, when I saw this project, there were two apartments, seems like a good project. When I started looking at the emails coming from you in my inbox, every email hit me hard. And I spoke to the staff and I asked, what is the issue? And they're like, Sarika, you don't have to make a decision. I'm a newer council member, so I'm trying to understand the process. This is not my district. So there are different level of complexity from my point of view. I want to make sure that, I'm doing full justice to this project. So I had an open mind coming into this meeting, and I was not a big fan of the project, but when I looked at this, like, okay, this is a old office building. Maybe it is a good project. Maybe, why do we need an office building there? But listening to all of you who live there and how this impacts your life, and what you said, that Kuka Booth is a Taj Mahal, and the importance of that area, and how it changes your lifestyle on day-to-day basis, and what do you think should be a good project in that place? I think that kind of helped shape my views towards the end of this discussion. And when I heard all the council members, I'm in 100% agreement that this project probably has so much opportunity, and maybe we can think a little bit more what is best for the community, what is best for that area. I also, I never imagined myself saying this, but hey, people change. I agree with Councilman Jack Smith here that we should not be focusing on the traffic, because we know that's one thing that's going to increase in that area because of several reasons. But what's a good fit for that area? I am ready to take my chances on this project. If it gets, if we have to wait for 1 year for a better project or better proposal, I'm ready to take that chance.
Ms. Craig.
I do believe some diversity in housing options out in that area could be helpful, but I'm wondering about the transition between offices and multifamily, and wonder if multi-use might be a way to get that diversity in housing. I'm definitely open to seeing what comes back from P&Z and the feedback we continue to get. But that's just kind of what my initial thoughts are. And I agree with many of my colleagues also, and I did think it was interesting that when we're talking about 80% AMI at like $100,000, that's more than twice as much as most of my colleagues make as teachers. So that's just an interesting perspective that I'll keep in mind as we're thinking about diversity in ideas also. But I see where it goes.
Thank you, Ms. Craig, and thank you, council. And I especially want to thank all our speakers and those in attendance this evening. We really appreciate your feedback. This is not the end of your feedback. Please feel free to continue to provide feedback. This goes to the Planning and Zoning Board. Usually that's a month or two away. I'm looking at Erin, she would know. And then they will review it to see how it matches the Cary Community Plan. The Cary Community Plan was created by citizens and approved in 2017, and council just recently approved the update of that plan, which included housing options and environmental issues earlier this year. And that is what they will make their recommendation on. There's not a decision, theirs is a recommendation. And then it will come back to council in several months. Usually it's like 4. But stay tuned. No, Sean's going, no way. So it's probably more than 4. And so you've got plenty of time. Please work with the applicant. See what's the best we can get out of this. And again, if this is not going to work for us, then that's fine. We'll make that decision together.
Yeah, and I think the converse of that is the applicant working with the community.
Absolutely, absolutely. So thank you all. And before we move to the next item, public hearing, council's been sitting here almost 3 hours, and we will take a 5-minute break, and I'm going to be strict. I'm going to gavel in at 9:25, so we're not going to be gone long. So, short break.
Sure.
We'll reconvene our council meeting at this time and move to our second public hearing.
Oh, gosh. Sorry.
And that is item 5.2, if you're following along, the 2025 to 2030 Cary Development Block Grant Consolidation Plan and 2025-2026 Annual Action Plan Funding Recommendation List. Director of Housing and Community Partnerships, Heather Wheelahan, will introduce the item, and council may take action. Ms. Wheelahan.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and Council. It's good to be here with you again tonight, and I'm happy to present our proposed 5-year consolidated plan, which includes this year's Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, Annual Action Plan. This is a public hearing, and you may take action on the item this evening. Cary's work in housing is rooted in the vision that you established in the Imagine Cary Community Plan and in the 2021 Cary Housing Plan, which you fully integrated into Imagine Cary 2.0 in January of this year. Cary envisions housing as high quality and diverse, with a variety of options to meet our residents' needs. Cary's housing is also envisioned to support neighborhood character and be sustainable. Ultimately, housing in Cary furthers the opportunity for residents to enjoy the high quality of life our community has to offer. Over the past several years in Cary, we have managed a blend of local and federal funds to support housing initiatives. Cary General Funds, Community Development Block Grant Funds, or CDBG funds, CDBG CV funds, which are CDBG funds specifically earmarked for those impacted by COVID, American Rescue Plan, or ARPA funds, and community project funding, CPF funding, otherwise also known as congressional earmark funds. To receive CDBG funds, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development requires communities to submit a consolidated plan identifying housing and community development needs over the future 5 years. Additionally, every 5 years, HUD requires communities to submit an annual action plan identifying the activities and projects they intend to support. Projects and activities supported with CDBG funds must align with HUD's 3 national objectives. They must benefit low-income people, eliminate blight, or meet urgent community needs. Turning now to process, this year we opened annual funding applications in December. In January, as a part of the consolidated plan preparations, we conducted a housing prioritization survey, and I'll share more on that in a moment. Funding applications were scored by a panel based on alignment with Cary housing goals and the Department of Housing's national objectives. We then drafted this consolidated plan, which includes the annual action plan, identifying core objectives and detailing how we recommend spending funds. The plans have been open for public comment, and we held a public meeting to seek feedback from housing advocates and the community. And as I said, tonight is a public hearing. You may take action to approve the draft plans if you choose. Once we have approved draft plans, HUD staff will submit them to HUD, and if then approved by HUD, we'll move ahead with initiative implementation. We had several ways of engaging the public as we developed these plans. As I mentioned, we conducted a housing funds prioritization survey earlier this winter, which gathered almost 800 responses. A full summary, including all comments, is at the end of the full consolidated plan as an attachment to the staff report. But at a high level, residents responded in identifying the three top housing issues facing Cary as insufficient options for low and moderate income households, not enough of housing that's affordable to our workforce, and the increase in number of households that are housing cost burdened. Additionally, we sent direct emails to stakeholders and shared the plans with housing groups. We also invited residents to provide comment via social media and by our email newsletter, This Week in Cary. As a part of the consolidated plan, HUD requires communities to identify primary objectives. In alignment with Imagine Cary Community Plan and Cary Housing Plan goals, as well as the input we received from the community throughout the preparation of the plans, we identified 4 primary objectives to highlight in this consolidated plan. If approved, these objectives would guide the investment of funds over the next 5 years. Those objectives are to rehabilitate and preserve existing housing, build vibrant and livable neighborhoods, provide more housing choices for all residents, and support public services for residents experiencing homelessness and housing instability. Shifting to the 2025-2026 annual action plan portion, this year we are recommending a total award package of over $3.6 million for work across the entire housing continuum. We will create new housing, rehabilitate existing housing, support people experiencing homelessness and housing instability, and support our partner organizations executing this work. As I mentioned, we use a blend of funds. Here's an overview of what comprises the $3.6 million in recommended awards this year. $750,000 in projected current year CDBG allocation, $547,000 in prior unused CDBG funds recuperated from either expired or completed projects, a little over $498,000 in CDBG CV funding, which is the last chunk of those COVID funds, and then a little over $1.8 million in FY26 Cary general funds. As we've said, partnerships are critical to the housing work we support in our community. We don't operate a housing authority and we're not developers, so we know we couldn't make the same impact without the expertise of these incredible partners. This year, we're proposing funding for initiatives through 10 partner organizations doing work across this entire housing continuum. First, we propose $750,000 in gap financing for the redevelopment of the Greenwood Forest Baptist Church property to create a mixed-use development which would include 62 units of new affordable housing, along with a daycare and community programming space. Greenwood Forest is partnering with DHIC and the Carrying Place on this initiative, also known, as you heard earlier, as the Canopy at the Timothy Carr Center. As you know, this development is on your agenda tonight for final decision on the rezoning. We also propose $750,000 in funding for Healthy Homes Cary, our homeowner rehab program, which helps people, many of whom are seniors, with critical home repairs and accessibility modifications. We manage Healthy Homes Cary in partnership with Preserving Home, formerly known as Rebuilding Together of the Triangle. The award package includes funding for our Stable Homes Cary program, which you established last year. Stable Homes Cary aims to help keep people in their homes and support them when relocation is necessary. This program, administered by Dorcas Ministries, includes the administration of Oasis Utility Fund Bill program and the Play It Forward program. The recommendations include $232,000 for White Oak Foundation and their community center, which includes programming, housing counseling, and crisis support, such as food bank and emergency financial assistance. We propose funding for the nonprofit developer CASA to renovate and rehabilitate their existing quadplex on Cedar Street, just across the railroad from Town Hall. Currently, only 2 units are habitable, so these funds will help bring the other 2 affordable rental units back online. Back up to the Carrying Place, we're proposing $200,000 in funding, specifically some of those remaining CDBG CV dollars, which must be used for particular activities to support households impacted by COVID. The Journey Home program will help these families through housing assistance and financial literacy programming. And finally, we're proposing $165,000 to support these 3 additional nonprofits, providing critical and emergency needs support. A Doorway to Hope will focus on outreach services and emergency assistance for very low-income households. Triangle Family Services supports Cary residents in need of rehousing and homelessness prevention services, including case management and street outreach. And Transitions Life Care enables low-income Cary residents to access palliative care, including medical and social work, which otherwise can be a large financial burden on seriously ill seniors and their families. We're excited to make these recommendations to you and grateful to these organizations for the work they do to create housing and support Cary residents. That concludes my presentation, and after the public hearing, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Ms. Wheelhand. So now is the time for the public hearing for the CDBG's Consolidated Plan and Annual Action Plan Funding Recommendation List. And I'll first call on our clerk for any written comments and call on any registered speakers.
We had 1 written comment, no registered speakers. Tom Griffin wrote in a comment that said, I found nothing in the plan on infrastructure such as roads, parks, and other municipal infrastructure.
Okay. And no registered
No
speakers.
registered speakers.
So if you're here and you would like to speak at this public hearing, now is your opportunity. Any speakers for this public hearing? So, no. So I'll close the public hearing and open it up to council members for questions, comments.
I just have one comment. I would like to thank staff. It is no small task to put together a 101-page CDBG 5-year plan and make that interesting to read. But what I thought was, because I've had the opportunity, luckily, of being on council for another time when we had to do this, and this time, the difference is that the housing market analysis overview that was included was quite fascinating. So if you have a deep interest in affordable housing and what we're doing and how we're doing it, you can look at a document that will not put you to sleep, but rather will tell you what your Cary representatives and our great and amazing staff are doing. So I'm very excited that there's a document like this that can help people understand what the need is, how we're addressing it, and how we don't do it alone, and the value of all of our partnerships. So I would like to thank staff for the hard work. It's amazing that, what do you say, you have a staff of 1.5? Is that?
2.
2 now? We say 2, we don't just say 1.5? Okay. So thank you for everything that you've done.
Ditto.
Yeah, well said.
Yep.
Other comments? Are we ready for a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the draft of the 2025-2030 Consolidated Plan and the 2025-26 Annual Action Plan.
Second.
There's a motion, second, and a third. Discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Wheelan.
Thank you.
We now move to our first discussion item, 24 REZ07 Greenwood Forest Baptist Church Mixed Use. And Principal Planner Aaron Puckett will introduce the item, and council may take action. Ms. Puckett.
Thank you. This is a request to rezone approximately 7 acres located at 110 Southeast Maynard Road and 10 Kilmaine Drive. You held a public hearing for this case in December of last year, and tonight you may make a decision on the request. The site is located at the intersection of Kildare Farm Road and Maynard Road, less than a mile from downtown Cary. The majority of the assemblage is currently occupied by the Greenwood Forest Baptist Church. The applicant proposes to rezone the site to mixed-use district with a preliminary development plan, or PDP. As a reminder, the PDP proposes to retain the existing church on the western portion of the site. The eastern portion of the church site would be redeveloped with a mixed-use building up to 4 stories or 75 feet, which could include office space, a daycare or preschool, and an event center on the ground floor, and multifamily dwellings on upper floors. Within this district, within the 10 Kilmaine site, a maximum of 9 multifamily units would be constructed in buildings up to 3 stories or 45 feet. These units would be in smaller buildings, each with their own garage, for a more townhouse-style design. The PDP also proposes gathering space, multi-use paths, pedestrian improvements, and custom streetscapes and buffers. Additional zoning conditions include a maximum of 71 dwelling units for the entirety of the site, affordable at 60% AMI if rented or 80% AMI if sold. To provide a brief overview of the case timeline to date, this case had a neighborhood meeting in May of 2024, and it came before you in December for its public hearing. The Planning and Zoning Board considered this request at their February meeting and unanimously found it to be consistent with the Imagine Cary Community Plan, which of course brings us to this evening. Since your public hearing in December, the applicant made a number of changes to the preliminary development plan. Most of these were relatively minor. Many were clarifications to the PDP and improvements to the affordability language. The most substantive change was the addition of a condition to provide a parking management plan at the time of development plan to help mitigate the proposed reduction to LDO parking requirements. The proposed parking management plan would include at least 3 private agreements with nearby sites. These would not be recorded as a typical shared parking agreement would be per the LDO, so property owners may remove the agreements in the future. However, per the revised condition, Cary may request documentation of these agreements at any time to allow some opportunity for enforcement if we were to receive complaints. Agreements would also ensure at least 130 spaces are available off-site at any time. And the applicant has shared with staff that written agreements with 4 area properties totaling over 300 spaces currently have been obtained. The condition also proposes reserving parking for residents during peak times within the M1 subdistrict, so that's the mixed-use portion of the site, as well as a picked list of supporting strategies, of which at least 2 would be committed to a time of development plan. These could include providing bicycle racks in excess of LDO requirements, providing temporary parking attendants during those times of peak demand, facilitating carpool or rideshare programs, or providing off-site shuttles for large events. Staff recommends approval of the request. We note that many policies of the Imagine Cary Community Plan are addressed by the proposal. The proposal increases housing options, provides housing and potential employment opportunities for Cary's workforce, provides upgraded pedestrian facilities, and increases the mix of uses within a commercial mixed-use center. And the full staff analysis was provided in your report. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Puckett. I get to go first, which is a blessing for this one. So, over all the years, there's very few proposals where I could go, wow, this is impressive. I hear a lot of, why don't you do something about affordable housing? And this is a group and an organization that says, we're going to do something about affordable housing, and you can help us. And so I'm so proud of all the entities involved, including Greenwood Forest Baptist Church, for bringing this forward. I think it will be something that will change lives, and no telling what those lives will do from what you've done. And I just want to thank you for all you've done to get us to this point. I'm assuming it's a slam dunk. I don't know what my colleagues are thinking, but for me it is. And so with that, I'll open it up to my colleagues to see what they have to say about this.
Well, yes, and I'm really glad to see the parking management plan, because that was the one concern I had about this project, was the where people were going to park. And so I think that is a very good alternative to trying to find ways to get more parking on the site.
Other thoughts?
The only thing I would add is, in a similar vein to what we talked about lacking vision, this is a plan that has vision, right? This vision, this plan, it's not just about buildings, it's about partnership and vision, 5 years of planning, 23 congregations involved, neighborhood groups and nonprofits who are uniting rather than trying, very often in the nonprofit world, right? You're fighting for the same dollar sometimes. And this is a gem of a project where everyone says we can do more together than we can apart. And I just think, along with the town, the Caring Place, DHIC, and of course, Greenwood Forest Baptist Church, this takes NIMBYism, so not in my backyard, to yes in my backyard, to now yes in God's backyard. And it is just, what did you call it? Yippee?
Yigme? Yigby?
I think what this is, and what I wish was that some of the folks who were here talking about, not necessarily wanting people who needed affordable housing next door to them, affordable housing without those essential workers who kept us alive during COVID, I don't know where we would be. It's the foundation for addressing, truly broader needs of the entire community. And when people have a stable home, it lifts everyone up, and it makes it easier to tackle whatever comes your way. So I am so proud of the community that you all have created already, and the one that you're expanding together. The only word is blessing. It's a real blessing.
I'd like to share, I'm not going to say too much because I'll burst into tears again. And I have a hard and fast rule, I only cry once during council meetings. But from the moment the first meeting, the second meeting I had, after I sworn, was with Reverend Nuome and Wesley. Took me on a tour and told me his plan. I said, holy guacamole, let's do this. How can I help, right? This is majestic. It is just, I'm looking at a discussion summary on a PowerPoint slide after 3 hours and 3+ hours sitting here. And it's actually, it makes me want to tear up. So I just want to.
You're verklempt.
I'm verklempt. And it's just phenomenal. And just thank you for doing this. And in case, I don't know, there's perhaps nobody here from the newspaper or the media right now. Maybe they're going to look later because they're going to need a quote for the newspaper or a quote for one of their web articles. You know, this project, what I'd like to invite people in Cary and Wake County to do is to consider throwing some funds into this project. Because then you'd get to drive by and point and say, I helped build that residential project there on Greenwood Forest Baptist Church. I helped. I was part of that. So I think that would be just something that'll make you feel real good, is helping them fund the remainder of this project. Let's make sure, as a community, they have every nickel they need to make this just as spectacular as I know it's going to be in my mind's eye.
Well, I'm not going to be a Grinch. I'm not that. I will tell you. But I feel like the governor, you know, when somebody's getting executed, I got minutes before this meeting, I got a email from 14 people that have some concerns. And I haven't answered it yet because I just got it, except thank you for sending it. And what I am confident of is this group will reach out to those folks and hopefully put their mind at ease. Because these are good people and they care. But you know, what it always triggers in my mind is with all of our public notices, you know, we heard it earlier with the mailings and all the other stuff. Sometimes people just miss things, you know, and I think it would be a nice thing if I can I'll get this to our staff and just let them work, you know, so that those people are just communicated with. Does that make sense? I mean, I was just surprised to get it, and the only reason I'm bringing it up is I just think as much as we try to keep people informed and in the loop, there's always times when it falls through the cracks, and I just want to make sure that we step up and get those people the responses that they want. That's it. Other than that, I can't outdo what was said on that side, and I'm not going to cry.
You have a rule, strict rule.
Strict rule. The yours is at 0.
But thanks for all you do.
I'm reading back over everything again and just pulling out the language, making 60% or less of area median income. And I think after very different discussions about different properties tonight, maybe I will start talking about affordable housing in a different way, because this is affordable housing. Yes. And I recognize that developers are businesses, they have to make a profit. So we're not going to see this all over Cary. But I certainly hope that others will take a look at this and take steps to come together within the community and follow suit also. So I'm very excited.
Okay. So I was making my notes. I was writing down because I'm right where Councilwoman Con Johnson is. If I tear up in case, I don't want to forget what I really want to say. I mean, this project is really, it represents the community that we live in, the Cary that we live in. It's not just about the building and blueprints, It's about people. It's about their lives. It's about senior citizens, workers, when they serve the community and yet they struggle to really, find their home in Cary. Like this project will be an answer. And I 100% agree with you. This is a solution that we should be working towards because this is a true affordable housing project. This project reflects the spirit of Cary, a town rooted in compassion, inclusivity, and opportunity for all. By supporting this project today, we are choosing to build not just homes, but a future where Cary remains a welcoming, vibrant, and a caring place for everyone. So I will join you today in saying, why not?
Thank you. Are we ready for a motion?
Sure. I'll move that we adopt the following documents attached to the online agenda: the Statement of Consistency for 24 REZ 07 and rezoning ordinance for 24 REZ 07.
A second?
There's a motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Puckett, and thank you to all of you for all you did to make this happen. We now move to our second discussion item, which is 24 REZ, 24 REZ Wake Western Regional Center Assistant Development Services. Rob Wilson will give the report, and the council may take action. Mr. Wilson.
Good evening, council. This is a request to rezone approximately 3.6 acres located at 157 High House Road. You conducted a public hearing on this proposal on February 6th of 2025, and the proposal returns tonight for your consideration. The proposed site is in the Dorcas Plaza Shopping Center, which is located on the south side of High House Road between Old Apex Road and West Chatham Street. The 3.6 acre site is undeveloped and located between the Habitat Wake Restore in the Dorcas Plaza Shopping Center and the Buffalo Lanes Bowling Alley. Wake County purchased this property in late 2020. The subject site is part of the original 21.4 acre Cary Plaza Shopping Center, for which zoning was approved in 1986. This rezoning request is only for the undeveloped 3.6 acre tract and would not alter the zoning or conditions associated with the remaining 17.8 acres of the shopping center. The existing zoning for the site is general commercial conditional use and mixed-use overlay district. The applicant's proposing to rezone the site to office and institutional conditional use. The existing mixed-use overlay district would remain in place. The Planning and Zoning Board considered this request at their meeting on February the 24th of 2025 and found it consistent with the Imagine Cary Community Plan by a 6-2 vote. The dissenting votes were related to concerns regarding additional traffic. Since the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, the applicant provided a voluntary traffic analysis that compared the existing commercial zoning to the proposed governmental office zoning and demonstrated that the proposed change would have minimal impact. The applicants also added the following commitments since the Planning and Zoning Board meeting: the installation of a high-visibility crosswalk at the shopping center's western entrance next to the existing bus stop on High House Road, the installation of a continuous sidewalk connection from the site's western entrance to the internal development site, a total of 4 EV charging stations, and art located near the building's primary entrance. Staff's full analysis of this request against the Imagine Cary Community Plan is provided in your staff report. To summarize, on balance, we found the request to be consistent with the plan, and we recommend approval. In general, the proposal supports policies in the work, shape, and serve chapters of the community plan. The proposal is also consistent with the Future Growth Framework map, which designates the site with the commercial center development category. In addition to being primarily retail, commercial centers may also have complementary residential, office, and institutional uses. This proposed rezoning supports this development category as it incorporates an office and institutional use as a complementary use in an existing commercial center. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Questions for Mr. Wilson or comments or motion, if we're ready for that?
Sure.
Sure.
I move that we adopt the following documents. Is that the right one? Yes. Following documents attached to the online agenda: the Statement of Consistency for 24 REZ 15 and rezoning ordinance for 24 REZ 15.
Second.
A motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Council.
We now move to our last discussion item, resolution for the adoption of Vision Zero discussion item. Interim Transportation Director, Town of Cary, Cassie Schumacher-Georgopoulos will present this item, and council may take action. Mrs. Cassie Schumacher-Georgopoulos.
You just like saying it.
I do.
Well, I'm a little embarrassed because I told Chief Salt that everyone was here to see me present tonight, so I guess not. Well, good evening, Mayor and council members. At your request tonight, we are bringing forward a resolution to formally adopt Vision Zero as a guide for developing and operating Cary's transportation network. Adoption of the resolution is a continuation of the action taken by council at your May 13th work session and would integrate Vision Zero into our communication strategy and annual budget process. As a reminder, Vision Zero is a strategy to eliminate all traffic fatalities and severe injuries while increasing safe, healthy, and equitable mobility for all. It operates on the belief that traffic deaths are preventable, shifting the focus from individual responsibility to a systems-based approach that prioritizes safety in roadway design and policies. Vision Zero is guided by the Safe Systems approach, which is built on 6 key principles aimed at preventing fatalities and severe injuries. It acknowledges that mistakes are inevitable and systems should be designed to minimize their impact. Recognizing human vulnerability, safety is a shared responsibility among road users, engineers, policymakers, and enforcement agencies. The approach emphasizes proactive safety by addressing risks before they result in crashes and highlights the need for redundancy with multiple layers of protection. Cary is already participating in the development of a regional safety action plan through the Capital Area Metropolitan Planning Organization, or CAMPO, known as the Blueprint for Safety. This will be a comprehensive regional multimodal safety action plan guided by the Safe Systems approach that I mentioned earlier, created in partnership with the North Carolina Department of Transportation. Any effort by Cary to develop its own action plan should build on the guidance of CAMPO's plan, which is expected to be completed this fall. The recommended action for tonight is for council to adopt the Vision Zero resolution. If the resolution is approved, we would integrate Vision Zero into our communication strategies as well as our annual budget process. And this concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
So I want some clarification for all. We have a Vision Zero. It's a vision. Campo's further along, and they adopted a plan, the blueprint you talked about, with 50% reduction in the next 30 years, I think it is. Briefly explain the difference, what that means.
Well, tonight, we're not asking you to adopt a target goal or a target range. Vision Zero is that, it's a vision. And I think when you think about Vision Zero and what that target range is, also the target number of death reductions, you really approach it from, is any death acceptable? And from there, then we can talk about how do we reduce that impact on those families, on our emergency response crews, to begin thinking through how do we make our system better and more integrated and collaborative in achieving that vision.
So for those of you that didn't know this, Campo also said in the next 10 years, we're going to reduce by 1% every year, so 10% over 10 years. And that's what confused me. I'm like, wait a minute, we're doing Vision Zero, and they're doing Vision 50%. But it's a vision, and theirs is a blueprint. So that's
Mayor,
the difference.
I think also, too, at the work session where you discussed it, you couldn't formally vote on it there.
That's true.
And so you're not doing anything differently right now than you did on the work session, except officially going on the record, which is meaningful. We'll then come up with planning documents, communication plans, but we weren't going to do any of that work until you voted for it.
Oh, okay.
So it's that simple tonight. It's all you're doing tonight.
Okay.
Right.
And I never simplify things.
And you did a great job.
Right?
And the reason why I asked council to consider this is a couple of reasons. One is we all talk about how to prevent road fatalities every day when we talk about safety and speed humps and traffic. We just hadn't put it in a resolution form. I remember the first time I heard it was actually from Councilmember Bryson Robinson, who had brought it up at a retreat like 5 years ago, because you were talking about the transportation group. But I'd kind of forgotten about it until I started meeting with the bicycle community, the mobility community, the bike focus group, and then I was hearing Vision Zero talked about more and more. And I thought, we're already doing a lot of this, but what this resolution gets us is a planned way to move forward, not just with the resolution, but to be able to put all the plans underneath it, very similar to the way we did our housing plan. Put the plan in place, put the resolution, this is what we want to accomplish, and then the plans in place, the strategic plan. So I'm really glad that you are leading this effort as our interim transportation director. Is that right?
That's correct.
Because I think this is going to be great for Cary.
Other comments, questions, or motion?
I'll make a motion that we adopt the Vision Zero resolution.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion's unanimous.
Thank you all.
We still have a closed session.
So I would entertain a motion to go into closed session.
Okay, so pursuant to GS 143-318-11A, 1, 3, and 4, I move that we hold a closed session to consult with attorneys employed by and/or retained by the town in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorneys and the town, prevent the disclosure of information that is made privileged or confidential pursuant to the laws of the state and not considered a public record within the meaning of Chapter 132 of the General Statutes, and to discuss matters related to the location or expansion of industries or other businesses in the town, including an agreement on a tentative list of economic development incentives that may be offered in negotiations.
There's a motion. Is
Somebody
there a
second.
Second.
Second. Discussion.
Trying to fade.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries, and we're now moving into closed session. And We'll reconvene our council meeting. Our business has concluded for the evening. I declare this meeting adjourned.